Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melenda, and tonight we are going to be doing a first look at Free League's The One Ring, 2nd edition RPG. Of course, a Lord of the Rings inspired, based RPG. I shouldn't even say inspired. I really should say based RPG. And I say first look because I have owned this book for a couple of years. I have read through it before, looked through it before, but I have not really, dug into the rules of it so super deeply because I knew at that time that I was not in any risk, if you will, of running it anytime soon. So I didn't really put a lot of emphasis into really focusing it. I had so many other things going on, especially with this channel. So it's a first look, but I do probably remember a good chunk of the mechanics. We'll see. But it's certainly the first time we're going to be covering it on this channel. Karama, coming out early with $5 super chat, says, should it not simply be called The Two Rings? Well, there were 3 rings, and there were 7 rings, and there were 9 rings, but there was never a second ring, the other ring, right? There's the one ring, and then there should have been the other ring. Yes, well, this game, I will admit, has an extremely complicated lineage because originally the Tolkien license, and of course, Tolkien licensure, if you know anything about Rings of Power and what they are and they're not allowed to use. They're like allowed to use the appendices, but they're not allowed to use the Silmarillion. So it's like this really weird, wonky representation of that whole Second Age thing. But this game, or I should say the Tolkien RPG license, has existed over many games over just even the last 20 years. Of course, it was famously brought during the 80s as Middle-earth role-playing, or sometimes referred to as MERP, which was owned by Iron Crown Enterprises, or ICE. And that game, obviously no longer in print, but its spiritual successor, its retro clone, if you will, we have covered on this channel before, which is called Against the Dark Master, sometimes called Versus D, or VSD, Against Versus. So, however, there was a period of time when the movie was first made. In fact, do I have it? Yeah, so let me get it real quick. I'm kind of a little bit off topic. So when the movies were being made, obviously there was an RPG to be made, and this role-playing game, the Lord of the Rings role-playing game, was made by Decipher, of all people, the people who I think they make card games. Role-playing and miniature studio. Okay. Any case, this game, completely separate from MERP. It was its own thing, totally different, very much tied in with the movie. And then about, 6 or 7 or 8 years later, Cubicle 7, which is a UK-based company, Cubicle 7 got the rights to do Lord of the Rings RPGs. And so they produced 2 RPGs. The first one that they produced was technically called The One Ring, but it was usually called Adventures Over the Edge of the Wild, or Over the Edge of the Wild, and it took place in Rovanion in the period between The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, and it was kind of a whole new system. It was produced by Cubicle 7, but they also, because of the rising popularity of Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, they also released a game which was called Adventures in Middle-earth. And this was released by Cubicle 7 at the same time as the original One Ring, sometimes called Adventures Over the Edge of the Wild. And this was Adventures in Middle-earth. And this is basically a 5e hack of the game. So it's basically 5e, but whatever. Well, as things do with Tolkien, Cubicle 7 lost the license to produce the Tolkien game, and it went to one of our favorite companies. We've even had the CEO or president on this channel, a Free League. Of course, Free League, also another European publisher, but Free League got the rights to produce Tolkien games. And as before, they decided to release 2 updates, 2 games. So they released a update to Adventures in Middle-earth. And rather than being called Adventures in Middle-earth 2nd edition, which is kind of confusing because it's 5th edition, they released a game called The Lord of the Rings role-playing game. And this Lord of the Rings role-playing game has absolutely nothing to do with this Lord of the Rings role-playing game. So I guess the difference here is this one doesn't say game and this one does. So this one is from like 20 years ago and has absolutely nothing to do with any of these games. This game, which is called The Lord of the Rings role-playing, is really just a 5e hack and is actually the 2nd edition of Adventures in Middle-earth. But we're not talking about any of those games tonight. Instead, we are talking about The One Ring 2nd edition. So this is Free League taking the unique One Ring game, which was created by Cubicle 7, and updating it and doing some Free League stuff to it. And that gives us this game. And this game won an ENnie in 2022 or 2023 for its interior art. I think it didn't win any others. I don't know if it was up for any others. But the game has a very strong artistic style to it. It's a very painterly style. I think it's really pretty. Obviously, it won a gold ENnie, I think. So, very beautiful book. And if you've ever waffled on owning a Free League book, this is definitely a beautiful one to have. It comes in a nice. It's not like 300-page chunky, but it's not like 100-page Dragonbane. It's like 220, 230 pages. It's a very nice form factor. It's got this really nice texture, almost cloth-like texture to the cover. Very thick page stock, beautiful black and white line art with full color spreads. So very, very, very pretty. Now, I do not have a copy of The One Ring 1st edition to show you, but I do not actually own that game, believe it or not. So we'll have to just imagine it. But anyways, there's a lot of confusion about here. And, let's just make sure we clear that up. Ben is referring to, well, for starters, Ben said the book's very pretty. He does prefer the art in The One Ring 1st edition. The print run for that is now money. Yeah, because it's out of print. And not only does it out of print, it's like forever out of print, right? Because of the way the Tolkien license works, that stuff can never be, printed again. They basically lose the right to completely, produce it at all. So, let's see. You know me, I gotta. The One Ring. Here we go. $116 used. So not exactly what we would call cheap, but so this is what the 1st edition The One Ring looked like. Adventures Over the Edge of the Wild. So this is what the 1st edition did. This was from Cubicle 7. So One Ring 2nd edition, which was we're covering today, is by Free League, and they are this is an update of what we have what we've seen so far. All right. So want to say welcome everybody. Excited to have you all here. If you've never joined us before for a first look, I'm basically going to go through the game. We're going to go through the PDF. We're going to explore it together. We're going to take a look at the rules. It's not a review because I've not run this campaign. I've not played in it. I think I played in one like starter, not even like a con game, but like a game run at one of the booths. So I do not have that much experience with it. So it's not a review. It's it's a first look. It's my initial impressions. We're just going to talk about it as a group and kind of get our initial thoughts and feelings about this. In particular, given that it is a Lord of the Rings game, the real question should be, does this game, do these mechanics still does this make us feel like it's a whatever we imagine a Lord of the Rings experience to be? And so that's what we're going to really be kind of judging this on. Now, of course, these things do have a tendency to run long. We are going to try to start, we're going to go through the core mechanics of the game. We're going to get into some of the unique Shadow and Hope. It's kind of a subsystem in these games that I remember really tying into this idea that the One Ring isn't just about fighting orcs and walking through forests. it's really about this idea of, you know, good and evil. It's about, you know, hope and despair. It's about the triumph of goodwill over the machinations of evil, or in some cases, the fact that evil is allowed to endure, and that, you know, that idea that even the strongest person can fall victim to the, you know, depredations of the shadow. And what will your story be, right? So that's kind of what we're going to dig into. But we do have 2 goals. We may get there anyways, but we'll see, depending on how long this takes. These Thursday streams are always nice because Friday is always a very light workload for me. I don't have any meetings on Friday, so if we go late, it's not as much of a problem. But if we do meet our super chat goal, we'll make sure that we dig into the combat section. And then if we meet our tip goal, we'll make sure we cover journeys and councils, which are sort of the 3 main subsystem procedural elements of this game, right? The majority of the game, like most reasonable RPGs, is a conversation between the players and the GM, the lore master, as they're called in this game, and occasionally you're going to make a skill check, right? That's the basic component of it. But in the instance of councils, journeys, and conflicts or combats, we have a separate system there. We also have a separate system for fellowship phase, which is like a downtime system in this game. So hopefully we'll get a chance to get through all that. But if you do want to throw your support in, I'd appreciate it. Meanwhile, remember to like and comment below. What is if you've played all these RPGs, what's your favorite version of a Lord of the Rings RPG? Is it Middle-earth role-playing? Did you play the completely unknown, and I've never really met anyone who's ever played this version of the game, believe it or not. Actually, I think this one's signed, I think. Yes, it is. My green screen's on, so it's all transparent. One game to rule them all, Gen Con 2002. But clearly not. I don't think this game lasted more than like three years. But anyways, leave a comment, like, because we need your help with the algorithm. We appreciate it. Okay, let's get into it. Okay. Hey, John, I'm sick and feeling like death. What are the dying rules in Lord of the Rings TTRPG? Well, hopefully we'll get to that. I'm sorry you're not feeling well, John. Good to have you here, though. All right. So we start off here with The One Ring, role-playing in the world of Lord of the Rings based on the works of J.R.R. Tolkien. We have a lovely piece of cover art here, I believe. Sorry. Hey, there we go. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we had the right capture there. So again, it's this very kind of painterly, distressed look. It's obviously very, very, I don't want to say it's impressionistic, but it is very unique in that shape. And then, so one of the first things that interests me more, I know this is the first look, but one of the things that interests me more about this game than interests me in the first edition of The One Ring is the first edition of The One Ring was set in the lands of Rovanion, which is basically the eastern side of the Misty Mountains, right? So it's the area around Mirkwood, it's the area of Erebor, the Lonely Mountain, Dale, Lake Town. So that's kind of the where the, you know, where the Bjorn was. So it's focused in that area, which is a cool area. But I think that this section of Middle-earth, which is known as Eriador, is, I think, far more interesting. I think it's far cooler. Just to me, personally, from the history, the lore, what's going on here. And, of course, Eriador is very famous for being the home of the Shire. So, very, very, very cool. There's a lot of history here in the annals of Middle-earth. And so, like, for example, here at Mount Graham, Bilbo's great-grandfather, Bull Roarer Took, won the battle of Mount Graham by killing the goblin leader of Gulf Dolphin or something, Gulf Dolphin, by knocking his head off with a club and knocking it down a rabbit hole. And in doing so, he won the battle, and the game of golf was invented in the same stroke. Anyways, that's from The Hobbit. Ben got me. Golf and bull. It's one of those little details from like The Hobbit, which I just absolutely love. So absurd. Okay. Any case. All right, moving on. Anyways, lots of cool stuff here. Here's our stuff here. This is the third printing, originally printed in 2002. So here is our table of contents, and let me switch over to single page here, just because it's a little bit easier to read. I'll make it a little bit bigger for everybody. So we've got, and this is just a little, this is just a little bit of a little minor graphical element thing that I really enjoy, which is that the titles or the art that they use here in the book is also the art that they put on the cover or the front of each of the chapters. So like this piece of art is also what is the start of the prologue, and this piece with the trolls here is what they cover for the action resolution chapter. Damian Williams with their 32-month resub. Thank you, Damian Williams. This isn't a story path game first look. I have to bounce. My boss is here. I just had to give Derek shit first. Well, thank you, Damian. It wouldn't be the same without you giving me shit. So thank you so much. 32 months. My God, almost 3 years. Crazy. Thank you so much. No, Shadran, we haven't really covered anything yet. I'm just cracking open my monster. Okay, so real quick, what is this game? What do we do? How are we doing it? What's the structure of the game? Great stuff. Just, great. Hey, here's how this game works, and here's how we play it in general. Love it. Then action resolution, basically all about what is a die roll. And I'm not saying that dice rolls are complicated in this game. They're not really, but there's a little bit of going on there, and I think it's worth taking a look at this. Then we'll talk about your characters, your stats, what your culture is, where you're from, and then what your calling is, which is essentially like your class, and then your information about your experience and stuff like that. And then we get into your skills and proficiencies, and then we get into your virtues, which are sort of like your, I don't want to call them special abilities, but they're sort of like what make you stand out from amongst other characters, but they're kind of a bit like feats. And then we get into the adventuring phase. And this game basically works not quite like Blaze in the Dark, but it alternates between going on an adventure phase. An adventure phase is that period of time where your characters are, out in the wilds, traveling, journeying, fighting, overcoming challenges, and then you kind of get beat up and broken down, and then you go into what's called a fellowship phase. This is very similar to Torchbearer in some ways, where the characters are going to go into the dungeon, and they're not going to. It's not literally one day of adventuring. It might be weeks of adventuring, but you're not really recovering. You're barely managing to get by, and then when you finally make it back to town, right, there's a long period of recovery. If you've read Lord of the Rings, you know that when the Fellowship gets to places like, well, it wasn't technically the Fellowship yet, but when the Fellowship gets to places like Rivendell, and when they get to, Lothlorien, they spend many weeks there, even months, recovering and, from their trials and their tribulations. I don't think people, this is there's more of a pacing element. One of the reasons that D&D adventures, in my opinion, are so poorly paced is because literally one day your character's back to full, and it just kills the feeling of pacing in the game. Anyways, so there's a chapter which discusses the three main ways that we have these procedures within the fellowship or within the adventuring phase, which is a combat, a council, and a journey. Combat is obviously a battle. A council is a social encounter, and the journeying is the procedural game, 7 pages of rules for actually traveling over the world, the world map, basically. Fellowship phase is fairly limited, but this is where we talk about sort of what does your character do during this downtime, and how does this structured? And then lastly, we have stuff for the game master called the lore master in this game, the world, some information about the lands of Eriador. And then lastly, we have an appendices with some kind of like a intro kind of starting adventure, as well as some important patrons who might be supporting the characters as sort of on their journey. So pretty cool stuff here. And again, lovely piece of art. It's got, again, that very painterly quality to it. I like it a lot. Not everybody has to like it, but I like it a lot. All right. Yeah, okay, fine. It's not a starting adventure. It's a starting adventure site, which is fair. And again, there's definitely influence here of the Free League DNA. You know, they didn't just take the Cubicle 7 game and just republish it. There's a little bit of that Free League DNA here. All right. So just, you know, getting a sense of what the book is laid out and how the book is laid out. This is a book that takes place between the Battle of Five Armies and the events of the Lord of the Rings and the War of the Ring. And in that period of time, about 80 years, give or take, you know, there's a lot of untold stories to be had, and that's what this game is all about. So, we are set in Eriador, and this is a little bit of information about the area of between this land, between the Misty Mountains and the sea, the Great Sea Belagar, Bree, the Inn of the Prancing Pony, Rivendell, the Shire, a lot of places that people are going to have a very familiar concept or connection to. And we talk about what is a role-playing game, of course. Naturally, we have to explain that stuff. A little bit of a history, you know, the last 20 years of what has happened. And finally, we talk about the player heroes. And it's interesting to this is they're not called player characters in this game. Not really. They're called player heroes, which is the same thing. But I do want to just really quickly, though, take a page off. It's very clear that this game wants you to do your own things and to have your own adventures. But the reason why, including things like this timeline and some of the information about these characters, and you know what's going on with the enemy and King Bard of the Dragon Slayer, is because, and you can either love this or hate this. Part of the reason that people play these games is because they want to engage with a lore of an or the intellectual property of a book, a movie, an entire IP that they love. And like you could just take these, you could just take the rules for the One Ring, and you could strip out all the Tolkien references and make this just a kind of a heroic adventuring game. And you could totally do that. I mean, it would be a little weird because there's some specific rules on the dice about rolling a Gandalf rune and rolling a Eye of Sauron rune. But the reason we play these games, I think fundamentally, is so that you can have a run-in with Gandalf, or with a young Aragorn, or meet Elrond and go to Rivendell, or it doesn't even have to be the most incredible person. Like maybe you meet Pippin's dad or something like that. There's a certain element of these games that you're playing this because you love the world that this game is set in. And so, again, you could strip all this stuff out, but it's, and I'm not saying that I'm not saying it's impossible to do. I'm just simply saying that one of the reasons why they really focus on the lore in this game is because they assume, not without reason, that if you're playing this game, you're interested in the Lord of the Rings. You're not just interested in a heroic good versus evil, high epic fantasy world game simulator. So that's where I give it the sort of, I give it a pass a little bit. So anyways, yeah, you're called player heroes. And again, the idea here is that you are a protagonist and you are fundamentally a hero. And this idea, now you might be a flawed hero, right? Boromir in some ways was very much a flawed character, a flawed hero. You might be a flawed hero, but fundamentally your character is, there to do the right thing and to be driven by noblesse, right? And to be driven by these heroic tendencies, I think. In fact, having something like greed is a vice. It's a problem. And, you know, your character might have that, but it's something that they're trying to overcome. It's something that they're fighting against, because you're, again, very much, Tolkien is a world of epic high fantasy. And one of the definitions of high fantasy, even though let me rephrase it, it's low fantasy in that it's not like over the top, but it's high fantasy in the sense that it is good versus evil. You know, the evil people are evil and the good people are good. And there isn't as much shades of gray. It does exist, but it's fairly rare. And then, of course, the game master is called the lore master. Yeah, that's a good way to be. High fantasy, low magic. That's a good way to put it, Ben. Thank you. And yes, the game absolutely assumes that you are down to clown in Middle-earth, and rightfully so. And the lore master is our game master. I mean, there's nothing special about that. All right, so structure of the game. Story building is a fundamental component of the One Ring. It's not about hearing a story being told, but all about creating it over the course of the game as a result of the interaction between the lore master and the player heroes at the gaming table. And this is conversational, emergent gameplay 101, but they're really starting out strong here by saying this is not a game about following some pre-scripted adventure that the GM has created. It's about creating it during the course of the game. To facilitate this creative interaction, it's a great way. It's a great line. To facilitate this creative interaction, gameplay in the One Ring is structured into two distinct phases. An adventuring phase, usually taking the largest part of a session or even multiple sessions, and a closing fellowship phase, addressing in detail what in other games is often called downtime. And, you know, we talk about nomenclature here. Number one, I love that they're calling it a fellowship phase, because I think that's tonally appropriate and really roots it in Lord of the Rings. But I also like that they are willing to, but downtime isn't so descriptive and so normative that people would know what that is. But I like that they're making this call out, understanding that other people may, you know, understand what that term and concept means. Following this structure, the gameplay will see the player heroes take part in a significant chain of events and follow them through to a conclusive resolution. And then these phases are discussed later. So an adventuring phase is a series of scenes connected in a narrative arc. A scene is a single episode focusing on the company or part of it, facing some kind of challenge or preparing for one or recovering from it. So again, there's this idea that during the adventuring phase, which is the majority of the game, you are essentially dealing with a series of scenes, and each scene is about the party, or maybe a part of the party, dealing with a challenge, preparing for a challenge, or recovering from a challenge. And the lore master is going to set the scene. And then the players are going to describe how their characters react to the situation. No big deal there. In particular, players need to choose what actions their heroes take to investigate and resolve. Players have full control over what their heroes do and how they do it, but it is the lore master that determines every part of the world. RPG 101. A notable exception are those scenes that require the application of the rules for combat, council, or journey. So basically, the game is kind of, you know, freewheeling, do what you want, players talk, GM responds, sometimes you might make a skill check, and the exception to that is when we get into combat, councils, and journeys. They have a little passage here, a little sidebar here on the passage of time, talking about how while, you know, during an evening spent playing the game, it may cover a single day, or it may skim over a month, or even more of their career. The adventuring phase is shorter, more focused scenes, with us often tracking day by day. But during a fellowship phase, when the lore master and the players adopt a broader approach to narration, this is where weeks or months may pass before a new adventuring phase begins. So I think that's really, really exciting. You know, and again, I'm a big fan of that in well, pretty much any game, but in Torchbearer, in even when I played my D&D 5e game, I made long rest take like 2 weeks, and you can basically only do it in town. And then we have the fellowship phase, and the fellowship phase is our downtime phase. So this is what happens when the characters are not adventuring, and we go into a fellowship phase and sort of wrap it all up. There's even a special fellowship phase called Yule, which is very much like the winter phase from Torchbearer. And in that, it's sort of like, you know, you don't go adventuring in the wintertime. It's crazy. It's dangerous out there. And so, you know, you kind of have a special phase where you kind of deal with the fact that you're probably holed up somewhere for a couple of months. And then lastly, an adventuring phase will typically last 2 or 3 sessions of play, just setting those expectations. How long should an adventuring phase, you know, play? Well, 2 to 3 sessions. So during that 2 to 3 sessions, you're going to be in the adventuring phase. Your characters are going to be out in the danger. You're going to be dealing with challenges and overcoming them. And you're going to be out traveling, making journeys, getting into combats, dealing with councils. And then after 2 or 3 sessions of adventuring, you're going to have a fellowship phase, which may take a session. Maybe it takes half a session. But it's going to sort of wrap things up. It's going to allow characters time to sort of focus on that off-screen stuff and rebuild. And then lastly, after a few games, what happens in the 2 distinct phases of the game will become more and more closely interrelated. The events arising during the adventuring phase will lead the players to make certain choices during the following fellowship phase. And then in turn, the lore master will find it easy to tie the next adventuring phase into what happened during the previous fellowship phase. Essentially, what you did in the adventuring phase is going to drive what happens in the fellowship phase, and then what you choose to do in the fellowship phase is going to drive what the GM, the lore master, is going to do in the next adventuring phase. The final result is an epic that grows out of the ongoing lives of the player heroes and their deeds. And that's, I think, what we all ultimately aspire and want. All right, so that's the prologue. That's kind of the intro to the game. Basic RPG stuff, but they lay it out in a very nice fashion, and at the same time, really make sure that you understand the scale and scope of what you're getting into. So I'm a big fan of that. And then again, it's a shame that for these two pagers here. So here is, of course, them camping under the turned to stone trolls of Bilbo's trolls. So this is our action resolution. So again, this is the bread and butter of the game. And before we get into the bread and butter of the game, let's take a look at the character sheet. Character sheet is 1 page long. It is, I think it's landscape, actually. So right here at the top, by the way, this is the men sheet, which is why you have this nice little, I don't know, I guess this is the mannish, I guess this is the mannish thing. If we go to the elf sheet, oh, see, look, the elf sheet has Tengwar. It's got elvish runes here, Tengwar. We'll go with the elf sheet because Tengwar's cool. So that's funny. She didn't look Druish. So we've got this lovely box for your name. And we've got what culture you come from, which is essentially your race. But remember, it's actually really cool how they do this. It's not, no one is just a halfling. No one is just, a man. No one is just an elf. You're very specifically tied into the world and a culture, which I think is really, really neat. Calling is, of course, your character's class, your age, who's your patron, shadow path, which we'll talk about here in a minute. And then you have 3 primary ability scores: strength, heart, and wits. And then each of those is related to 6 different skills. And we also have over here the ever-present box for your character art that nobody ever uses because none of us are artists, and I've always been sad about that. Adventure points and skill points are basically your experience points. Endurance and hope is really neat. We'll talk about all this stuff over here. We have only a couple of conditions: weary, miserable, and wounded. And then we have information down here for combat, war gear, aka swords and bows, and armor and shield. And that's it. That's the whole character sheet. Oh, and a section for your traveling gear. So minimalist equipment, essentially. It's important, but there's not a ton of it. Not endless spamming of feats and stuff like that. A fair number of skills. There's 18 skills in total, but all in all, I think it's a pretty, straight and to the point character sheet. So we're going to dive into each of these things as we talk about the skill roll or the action resolution. All right. So the game uses special dice, but they're not really special dice, but the game does use special dice. So the game uses 2 different special dice. It uses a D12 and it uses a D6. Now the D6 is just a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The only difference is the 6 has a little special rune on it, a little elvish rune, but literally doesn't make any difference if you know that the 6 means that it has the little elvish rune. And then lastly, it uses a 12-sided die, but essentially the 11 and 12 aren't 11s and 12s. So it's a 12-sided die that goes from 1 to 10. And then the 11 is a Eye of Sauron symbol, and a 12 is the rune of Gandalf. So again, you could use totally normal dice and just remember that an 11 and a 12 are special. That's all. And a 6 is still a 6 on the 6-sided dice. So we use these as kind of a way of sort of representing crits, crit fumbles, and crit successes. So you don't really need to use their dice, but they are very pretty dice. They make a black set with red lettering that's impossible to read, but they make a white set that's very nice. Jay Barton says, I also love the character sheet is on a grid. Columns and rows mean something. Yeah, we'll talk about that, but I also agree that it's nice how it's set up, right? All these use strength, all these use heart, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These different skills relate in the different ways and stuff like that. But that's pretty cool. All right. So when do we roll? You got both sets, Thaddeus? Yeah. Yeah. The black and red one. That's actually what I remember what I used at, that's what I used at, when I played it at like the booth at like a Gen Con, and I was like, oh my God, these dice are terrible. But the white one, the gray, the white beige ones are fine. So we only roll when there's a possibility that their action might fail. If there's no description, if there's no chance for failure, we don't need to roll. But this is not the only thing. We should only roll if it falls into one of the instances. If the action is dangerous, if we try to obtain knowledge or information that is not immediately available, if the knowledge that they're looking for is not secret or hidden, do not roll. And lastly, manipulation. Roll if you intend to influence one or more uncooperative lore master characters. All right? And again, basic scene in brief is the lore master describes something, the players say what they're going to do, the lore master decides if that works and just says yes, or they ask for a die roll, and you just keep going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Basic RPG conversational stuff. Super, super easy. All right. Apparently there was a big set of misprinted dice here. So once the necessity for a die roll is made, it must be determined who is going to make the roll and which ability is most appropriate for the action. Determining who is going to make the roll is easy in the case of actions chosen by the players, but can be less so if it is being made as a reaction to something by the lore master. In general terms, it is highly advisable to have a single player make a roll, except when something involves everyone in the group. So basically, most of the time, you're just going to pick one person and they're going to roll, and then the other people, if they want to, can potentially support that character. And this is very much a torchbearer, a burning wheel style of design, where the assumption is that only one person is basically making a check and the other people could support as needed. And it's not as elegant maybe as some of like the Blades in the Dark group checks where you're like kind of doing these integrated group check mechanics, but I think it's better than everybody just spamming infinite die rolls. So I think that's really cool. Now, the ability that you're going to roll depends on the type of roll you're making. Skill rolls are the most common form of actions, and these are required whenever a player hero attempts to do something that can be accomplished using one of the 18 skills on their character sheet. So if we are trying to awe someone or hunt or sing a song or, courtesy or whatever, then we're using a skill. And so we're going to make a skill roll. Combat rolls are involved when we're fighting, and then we're going to mostly rely on our combat proficiencies to make attack rolls and on protection rolls to avoid being seriously injured when hit. So that's where we get our combat proficiencies and the like, and our armor comes into play. Makes sense? And then lastly, shadow tests. The corrupting effect of the shadow can be resisted by making valor and wisdom rolls. These are prompted by sources such as dread, sorcery, and greed. So we can see here that we have our valor and our wisdom. And so there's this idea that is built into the game that you know, we can kind of see that with these action resolutions, you know, because we're like, okay, so skill rolls, I mean, that's normal. That's normal RPG stuff. Combat rolls, okay, that's normal RPG stuff. But there's this third component here, which again sort of sets this game apart a little bit, which is the idea of, can you maintain, you know, the wise and the valorous can resist the shadow. And again, it's this idea of, you know, other people fall to the shadow and you are going to go and confront the shadow. But it's kind of one of those, do not stare long into the abyss, you know, lest the abyss stare back. And as much as we all love Frodo, we have to remember that in the end, the ring won. And as powerful and as valorous and as wise as even Aragorn and Gandalf were, you know, they basically admitted we would have fallen to the lure of the ring. And Boromir, you know, he's painted as this like kind of almost, you know, especially in the original book, I think actually Tolkien kind of did him dirty by kind of, you know, making him like kind of a bad guy. But it's like, you know, he was like one of the greatest men of the age. He wasn't a Dunedain. He was just a man, a middleman. But he was the heir of the, you know, the steward of Gondor. And he was this great warrior who had battled the shadow for, you know, decades and grew up as obsessed with Gondor and defeating the enemy. And he fell to the ring. So there's this sort of tragic inevitability, and it's definitely part of Tolkien's style here, right? Which is that heroes don't come out of these things unscathed. You know, they don't, that they have to pay a price, and, you know, and that you don't get to go home again, right? You don't get to go home again. The same person that you were, that every victory comes at a price. So I think that is, you know, that kind of stands out to me. Right. That's also true, Ben. Right. I don't recall this exactly, but it makes sense that just where you are itself can, you know, sap hope and can, you know, take away your ability to resist darkness. Where is valor and wisdom on the character sheet? It is right here under rewards and virtues. So, all right. So to make a roll, once we have determined what ability we're going to use to make a roll, then we are going to, all abilities that can be used to make a roll are given a value from 1 to 6. We are going to roll 1 feat die plus a number of success dice. Feat die is our D12. Okay. So we're going to be rolling a D12, and then we're going to be rolling a number of success dice, which are our D6, equal to the rating of the appropriate ability. Roll only the feat die if our rating is 0. So if we would let's say we needed to make an athletics roll, we're going to roll a D12. That's sort of like the base die, which is again called the feat die. Although I think it should have been called the fate die, but whatever. I'm not here to say that. But anyways, it should have been called the fate die. But personally, like the way it works, it should have been called the fate die. But anyways, in fact, I always call it the fate die because it uses the same language. But anyways, and then we roll a number of D6 equal to the number of check boxes essentially that we have in that skill, or the rating that we have in that skill, I should say. So if we have a athletics of 3, then we get to roll a D12 plus 3D6. Okay. And then we add them all up and we compare it to the target number associated with that ability. So this is a little bit weird. You're like, wait a sec, the target number associated with that ability. Well, yes. So this game uses static DCs, but instead of the static DC being set for everybody, like every check is DC 11 or every check is DC 15. The way this game works is you're going to have 3 ability scores: strength, heart, and wits. And that's called the rating. And you'll notice the rating's the little box. You know, this is like in D&D. What's your ability score? You know, is it 10? Is it 12? Is it 8? So you're going to have a rating. And then the TN, or test number, is 20. And you only have to figure this out once, so it's not the end of the world, but it's 20 minus your rating. So in other words, if my strength rating was 10, then the TN for me when I make strength checks is 10. So I know as a player, if I'm making a strength check, I always need to roll 10 or more. It is always 10 or more. It's easy for me to know. If my heart rating, maybe I'm a cold bastard, maybe my heart rating is 6. Well, then 20 minus 6 is a 14. And I know that for me and my character, I always need to roll 14 or higher when I make a heart-based roll, which would be for enheartening someone, traveling, insight, healing, courtesy, battle. Okay? So all these things and more mean that it's a static number, which is cool because then you don't have to like go back and forth with the DM about what the DC is. But it offloads the TNs onto the player, but it also means that not everybody's rolling the same number. So there's this idea. I think 6 is like the max. Okay, well, fine. So anyways, so that is how the ability scores work. And so when you're making a check, instead of the strength giving you some sort of bonus versus some sort of DC, your strength actually determines the DC. And I think it's a very clever way. And I think it offloads some of that mental capacity onto the players. And as a player, you have this nice big number for your TN and you're like, okay, boom, I know I need a 12 when I make a strength check. And I think that's really, really cool. Okay. So we make that roll, and then, if you pass it, you succeed. And if you fail, then something went wrong and that desired goal was not achieved. And then sometimes the rules will specifically state what you get to do. For example, in combat and stuff like that. Other situations require creativity from the players and the lore master, right? So sometimes the rules are very specific about what success and failure mean. And other times it's up for you as the GM and the players to sort of determine what does success look like? What does failure look like? In any case, the consequences of both a successful and failed roll always determine a well-defined change in the gameplay. In other words, a failure should never be nothing. It's always going to be some sort of well-defined change in the gameplay. And I think that's an important thing to note. Additionally, we have Let It Ride here. Again, many games talk about this, but I was associated with Luke Crane, which is this idea that you get to try once and you do not get to, of course, this shouldn't be called repeating a roll. This is just a minor thing. It should say no repeating rolls, because when you look at this just as like a header, you go, oh, we can repeat rolls, and you read through it and it goes, no, as a rule, you only have one attempt. It's like, well, so it's not repeating rolls. You don't get to repeat rolls, but in any case. All right, so how do we read these feat dice, or as I called it, fate dice, which is a D12, but the 11 and 12 have special icons, right? One of the sides where there would be an 11 or 12 is the rune of Gandalf, and then another one is the Eye of Sauron. And the idea here is that when you roll this D12, if the Gandalf rune comes up, then your action automatically succeeds. It is essentially the equivalent of rolling a nat 20. It doesn't matter what your other dice are and what they add up to. If you roll the Gandalf rune, you basically succeed, right? It's not necessarily a like critical success in the D&D terms where you do it and you do it really well. It's just that no matter what your dice total are, you did it. Now, of course, a D12 has 12 sides. So this means that you have an 8% chance of rolling the Gandalf rune on a normal D12. Similarly, the Eye of Sauron is considered to be the worst result, and it counts as a 0. So even though the Sauron symbol takes the place of the 11, rolling it is considered to be a 0. But there's a special note for this when your character becomes weary, and we'll talk about that in a second. But the most important part here is this is essentially when you roll the Gandalf rune, it's like you automatically succeed, and when you roll the Sauron rune, the Eye of Sauron rune, it's like that roll was a 0. So you're only relying on, which is why I like the idea of calling it a fate die, right? It's like the idea is like when you roll the Eye of Sauron, fate has abandoned you, and only your skill, right, from your skill dice matter. Anyways, okay. Now the success dice, miserable. What did I say? Weary. I said weary. You're right. It's miserable, Phil. Again, I'm remembering this from like eons ago, and we're going through it again. So I'm kind of sabotaging myself here because I remember some of the terms of the game, but not all of them. So our success dice, which are, again, should be called skill dice. In my world, this would be called fate dice and skill dice. They call them feat dice and success dice. That's a terrible name. They should be called skill dice. They're tied to skills. Anyways, success dice, skill dice, are special 6-sided dice, customized to show the numbers 1, 2, and 3 in an outline, and the numbers 4, 5, and 6 in solid black. In addition, a success icon, the elvish symbol T, appears alongside the number 6. These are always rolled together with a single feat die. Add the results on all success dice to the result, with any T icons indicating a superior result on a success. So, while the number that you roll, the total number that you roll determines whether you succeeded or not, we're also going to be, so the dice are kind of doing double duty, because we're also going to be counting up how many of these special Tengwar symbols we have, which essentially means how many 6s did you roll. You don't need the special dice to know how many 6s you roll, but the idea is that every 6 has one of these special symbols. And so the more 6s you roll, you have more of these special success icons. And this means that you can go from doing you succeeded barely, you accomplished what you set out to do, but it wasn't pretty and it wasn't great, to you did a great job, to wow, what an incredible, amazing job. Okay. So here we talk about the target numbers, which again, we just discussed, where it's 20 minus the ability score. So 20 minus your strength is your TN for strength checks. 20 minus your heart is your TN for your heart checks. 20 minus your wits is your TN for your wits checks. Okay. Now I like this a lot, this little paragraph here. Calculating TNs by subtracting the attribute scores from 20 results in difficulty thresholds that are appropriate for medium to longer campaigns, as they present a challenge to inexperienced individuals, but hold up well over long-term play. If you're going to play a shorter game and you don't expect to get very much higher levels, it's fine to derive the TNs from subtracting from 18. In other words, you're going to make the DCs lower, the TNs lower. But I like this as like a really easy way of controlling like the relative difficulty of your game. So if like you want your game to be like a little bit easier, you could just make it 18 or 19 or 17. Or if you want to make your game harder, you can be like, oh, no, we don't use 20, we use 21, we use 22. Like I want to have a game that like really, really, sort of grinds on over the long period of time, which I think is really, really cool. All right, degree of success. So again, our dice are doing double duty. So while the Gandalf rune being rolled indicates that we've succeeded, and while adding up all the numbers together and comparing it to our target number determines if we've succeeded, it is actually the number of these Tengwar icons that tell us how was the quality of that success. And in the event that we don't roll any 6s and we didn't get any of these Tengwar icons, then we were successful, but we just barely succeeded. If we get a single one, then it was an accomplishment out of the ordinary, a great success. And if we get 2 or more, it was exceptional and memorable, and it was an extraordinary success. Now, what does that mean? Well, sometimes it can just be narrative, right? It can be more of a descriptive element. However, if you want and this is kind of almost reminds me of Legend of the Five Rings, if you want a finer level of detail, then you can spend those success icons to trigger special results. This is very similar to opportunity symbols in Legend of the Five Rings. So, there's a table here which shows, you can spend a success icon to gain insight or make haste or go quietly or score additional successes if you need multiple successes to achieve an accomplishment. So there's sort of a mechanical way to spend these successes. But as far as I know, this is the only table. It's just these 6. But additionally, as a GM and a player, we understand that this means that you did it. And, it's like if you don't roll any symbols, you did it. And that's it. If you roll 1 or more, then you did it and something special happened. Okay. Which is pretty cool. All right. So wouldn't be much of an RPG if we couldn't modify our dice rolls and our dice pools a little bit. So the first thing is we can be favored or ill-favored. And a favored roll happens when we have a special affinity for a task, in which case we roll our feat die, which should have been called the fate die, the D12. We basically roll twice and keep the best, aka we roll with advantage. And then sometimes our rolls are ill-favored, in which case we roll essentially that D12 with disadvantage. We roll twice and we keep the worse of the 2. Excuse me. Oftentimes, being favored is because a player hero's favored. Some skills are favored by you, and several of your cultural virtues can make you better at this. Ill-favored, however, it often comes from the adverse effects of the special abilities of an adversary, falling to madness, or a flaw possessed by the character. It is also possible for us to get some bonus success dice, which again should have been called skill dice, these are bonus D6s that we get to add to this pool. The most common way we do this is by spending hope, or as an effect of a number of cultural virtues. In other words, tied to our ancestry or our culture. A hope score is a pool of points representing the reserve of spiritual vigor that we draw upon when confronted by difficult odds or when a particularly good result is required, in which case we can spend 1 point to gain 1 die. Note that we cannot spend multiple points to gain multiple dice. So you can spend 1 hope to gain 1 bonus D6 to our dice pool. Inspiration, in certain circumstances, may result in a player becoming temporarily inspired. Inspired characters double the benefit of spending a hope point. So if our character is inspired, which is a condition essentially, then when we spend a hope point, we don't gain 1 bonus die, we gain 2 bonus dice. Inspiration is usually achieved through the invocation of one of your distinct features or as the effect of a cultural virtue. Heroes appealing to their hope too often must beware, though, for they run the risk of depleting their spiritual energies and becoming miserable. See page 22 for more rules about misery and hope. We can also be supported. A player hero who makes an effort to help another member of the company who is making a skill roll. To do so, they spend a point of hope and they give us a D6. A player hero may support another only if the circumstances allow it and only if the supporting hero possesses at least 1 rank in an appropriate skill. Whether a skill is deemed appropriate is up to the lore master. Only 1 player hero can spend hope to support the active player hero. So you can't just have the whole group spam all their things so that somebody gets like bonus 7 dice and then auto passes. So realistically, if your character is inspired and you spend a point of hope, you'll gain 2 bonus D6s. And if another player character is in a player hero is in a position to help you and they spend a point of hope, they will grant you a 3rd bonus D6. So that's kind of the limits of the bonus that we can get. However, we can also have penalty dice from complications, taking on a defensive stance in combat that put us in a disadvantaged situation, in which case we roll fewer dice. So these are the levers that, as players and as the GM, we can use to essentially make something easier or harder. Lastly, there is magical success. And magical in this case isn't like a euphemism. It really means things like magic got involved. And remember, this is a low fantasy game. So when magic gets involved, it's kind of a big thing. Enchanted artifacts like magic rings and cloaks, ancient spells, and uncanny powers can allow you to exceed the possibilities of mere mortals. If you possess a magical talent or artifact, you can spend a point of hope before a skill roll to achieve a magical success. You pass the target action automatically, regardless of the target number. In game terms, you only make the roll is made by rolling only the required number of success dice just to check to see if you get any of those 6s and those bonus symbols. But we just ignore the armor. So this is, number 1, it's limited because it's still tied to your hope. So it's still relying on that spiritual bank of energy that you have. But if you have a magical item, this is a big deal in this game. You can just say, I'm spending a hope and, and I am revealing, Bilbo Baggins, do you take me for some conjurer of cheap tricks? Right? That is Gandalf making a persuasion roll or whatever. He's making a persuade roll, right? But he's using his magical Maiar ability to just unveil his the terror of his power in that scene. And when you do this, it points this out. Narratively, a magical success is an outcome that can hardly be mistaken for ordinary success. In other words, you have achieved something so unnatural that it could not be accomplished without being considered supernatural. they talk about here that some people may be, disturbed by the power that is sort of coming out of this, situation, which I think is really interesting. Now, Phil says, hope reminds me of willpower from Forbidden Lands a little bit, but reflects the slow grind to resolve over time. I agree with you, Phil, except the problem with willpower in Forbidden Lands is your willpower actually goes up as you keep fighting more and more brutal odds, because when you make more rolls that matter, then you have an opportunity to push more often, and the more you push, the more willpower you get. So hope, in my mind, is this awesome tension mechanic in this game, because it's very powerful, and you're going to be tempted to spend it. But if you spend it too willy-nilly, then it's very possible for your character to start to become weakened and weary and miserable and all this other stuff. And as a result, it's something that you have to kind of manage in that respect. All right. So again, on our character sheet, we can see that we only have a couple of conditions here: weary, miserable, wounded, and we have an injury box. So this is another way that, and again, one of the cool things about this is, I like this, is that these fundamentally all tie into the mechanic of the game, which is this core dice roll mechanic and this core pool of dice pools, dice pool game. All right, so miserable. And again, this also ties into the idea of, what is this darkness? What is this shadow all about? It's very easy to dismiss it as evil, but the oppressing burden of the twilight of the Third Age, as perceived by the player heroes, is represented in the game by their shadow rating. Heroes gain shadow points in many ways in the course of their adventuring. When their shadow rating matches or exceeds their current hope score, they become miserable. All right, so let's first break that down. So we have hope. This is how much hope we have, and we can spend that hope to get bonus dice when we make skill checks. Very tempting. However, we also have this shadow score. And as we go to these dark places, as we journey into these lightless, hopeless holes in the ground, as we see the death and devastation that the Dark One has brought to the realm, as we give, as we deal with the flawed nature of our souls, we're going to find that our shadow rating is going to be ticking up, right? And as a result, once we've spent, if our hope score or our hope value is greater than our shadow value, we're fine. But if we spend too much of that hope and our shadow rating now exceeds our hope, we become miserable. So it's not like we've given into the shadow like immediately, but it represents the fact that our character now has become, in Legend of the Five Rings terms, I would call you compromised. And now there's a special note. Now, when we make our roll, if that D12, the feat die, if we roll the Eye of Sauron symbol, before it was just a 0, which is not great. Let's be clear, because we're still relying on our D6s, and getting a 0 on our D12 is kind of, meh. But now, if we're become miserable, okay, if we have too much shadow, or if we have too little hope, we become miserable. And now when we roll that Eye of Sauron symbol on the D12, which remember, there's an 8% chance of rolling it, we fail automatically, regardless of the dice roll total. So so this is something this is like, I think in my mind, this is very elegant design, because it's taking something that you're already doing. You already are rolling for this icon. You're already rolling this D12, and you already know it's bad. Okay, it's a 0. That sucks. But now what we've done is we've used another comparison, shadow to hope, and now we've taken something that was already bad and made it worse. And when that happens, it's a instance of where the mechanics are going to feed into it, because we know that in that moment in the story beat, our character fails and falters because they are giving into despair. They're losing hope, right? The shadow is taking over. And in that moment, right, we have this, again, I don't want to say that we like turn to evil and start killing people, but the weight and the oppressiveness of it all, right, it affects us, And I think that's like a great story beat moment to see it. and to see it on the dice as well. Okay, so we can become miserable. So that's our spiritual hit points, if you will, right? Giving out. But we can also become weary. The resistance of the player heroes is represented in games terms by their endurance score. So, right, just as we have our box for calculating how much hope we have left, we also have a box for how much endurance we have. Heroes can lose endurance in many ways, but often it is because of a blow that you receive in combat or by being strained excessively while carrying a heavy burden. When our endurance drops to a level equal to or lower than our load, we become weary. So it's the same mechanic, right? Hope is how much spiritual hit points we have. And when our hope goes underneath our shadow rating, we become miserable. Similarly, our endurance, which is kind of like our hit points, when it goes under our load, in other words, how much stuff are we carrying, basically, when it goes under our load, when it goes under the amount of physical burden that we're carrying, then we become weary. And now weary is going to do something that we were already doing and just make it worse, which is why this is a very elegant mechanic. Because remember how they said the 1, 2s, and 3s were outlines on the D6 and the 4, 5s, and 6s were filled in? All right, well, when you're rolling your D6, when you're rolling your D6 dice pools, rolling a 1 or a 2 or a 3 is not what you're hoping for, right? You want to roll a 4, 5, and a 6. So rolling a 1, 2, or 3 is not great. But now, if you're weary, any of the dice that come up 1, 2, or 3, the D6s, okay, the skill dice, they're dropped. They're considered 0. So, you were bitching before when you were rolling 1s and 2s. Well, now there's 0s. And so it's taking this idea again of something that was already bad, but just making it worse. And it's already a mechanic that you're doing. It's already a mechanic that you're using. You're already looking at those dice. It's not asking you to do more load. It's just making it worse. And I think that again is very, very clever because now, again, narratively, we know what just happened. Your character would have succeeded, but you rolled a bunch of, 3s and 2s that got dropped to 0, and your character, again, falters, but not because of a spiritual weakness. They're just exhausted. They're way down. They can't go on anymore, right? You're literally physically pushed to your brink. Very cool. Okay. Wounded. Serious injuries can cause you to become wounded. While losing and then recovering endurance is an everyday occurrence, being wounded is a more serious predicament for adventurers and will affect them for much longer. Heroes most often become wounded in combat. Wounded heroes who remain active risk being knocked out of combat and recover their lost endurance points much more slowly. And we'll see this much later on resting. So needless to say, if you actually get injured, it is not just like let me take a long rest for 6 hours and I'll be right as rain in the morning. Okay. It's going to linger on and on and on, and not going to be something that you're easily going to be able to deal with. Okay. So our die roll procedure is we determine what we want to do. We select an ability to be used for the roll. Players are encouraged to suggest the appropriate ability. The difficulty of the action is based off of the relevant attribute. We then take our D12 feat die and a number of success die equal to the rating of the ability, or potentially 2 D12s if we are favored, aka advantage, or ill-favored, aka disadvantage. We can also spend some of our hope to gain some bonus dice, and then we roll. And if we roll a Gandalf rune, it is automatically successful. If we roll the Eye of Sauron on the D12, it is either a 0 or an auto failure if we are miserable. Otherwise, we add up all the dice, but if we are weary because we've taken too much damage or we're carrying too much load and fatigue, then all our 1, 2s, and 3s are dropped out. And then if we look at the number and we add them up and we compare it to our personal target number, which doesn't change, right? That's our number. And if we get greater than or equal to, we succeed. And if we do succeed, we look at how many 6s we rolled. We can, if we can't see the number 6, we can count up how many little runes are on the 6s, which is 1 per 6. And that's how we can determine if we did not just a success, but a great success or an extraordinary success. So a pretty complicated dice roll procedure, but you're getting a lot out of it, I think. And again, even some of the things that seem like it's more complicated, you get back that complication because you have a personal TN. It's your TN. It's not going to be, you don't have to ask the GM. It's not going to be changing every time. With a strength, you're going to you're going to need a 13 or a 14 or 15, right? You know what your number is. All right. So here's a glossary of terms. We're going to kind of skip over this a little bit, but there is something that I wanted to highlight here, which is maybe not. Never mind. Nothing I want to highlight here. But anyways, after describing the whole game, here's a great page to reference. Hey, here's everything that we've talked about. This is everything that's on the character sheet. This is everything that you need to know what this means. All right. So, Chapter 3, our adventurers. So this is how we make our character. How we're drawn from one of the 6 heroic cultures. We'll make a character. We first choose a heroic culture, selecting the one that is closest to the hero's concept we have in mind. All cultures presented in this volume belong to the free peoples, brave nations that refuse the darkness and are often at war with it. They represent the main choice for role-playing in the Westlands of Eriador. And again, we're not just men. Okay, we're not just elves. We are bardings, right? Which are people from Dale and the surrounding areas east of Mirkwood and south of Erebor. We are dwarves of the line of Durin's folk. We are elves of Lindon, right, along the western edge of Eriador. We are hobbits of the Shire. We are men of Bree, we were talking about this on Tuesday, we are rangers of the north. And you're like, wait a second, isn't that a class? Well, no, it's actually it's a culture. You're actually part of a people. Shadram, I think agrees. I kind of agree with this. I like that culture contributes more to your character than your calling, which feels right for Middle-earth. Yeah, I mean, you could say it's species-ish, but it's more like culture-ish. Like a lot of who you are in Tolkien's world is where you come from and what how you were raised and who your people are, right? Who your people are is very important in Lord of the Rings, for our people, for the White Tree of Gondor, for the Shire, there's this, come, there is still one dwarf in Moria who still draws breath, right? It's very, kind of culturally biased in that respect. So we record our cultural, so we make a choice about what our heroic culture is, and we record our culture's blessing. We determine our attributes, or we can roll a die. And then we calculate our strength, heart, and wits, which again is 20 minus our number. And then we calculate our endurance, hope, and parry, our skills and combat proficiencies. We choose our distinctive features, and we choose a name and age. And then lastly, we answer the call to adventurers. We finalize our character creation process by moving to page 44 and choosing a calling, either captain, champion, messenger, scholar, treasure hunter, and warden. That's right. There's not really a spellcaster because, again, it's Lord of the Rings. We spend any previous experience points. We choose our gear, and we record our valor and wisdom, which start at 1. And we choose our reward and virtue. You get 1 reward and 1 virtue. You get 1 reward for every valor you have, and you get 1 virtue for every wisdom you have. And lastly, we gather the company by everybody cooperates to add details about how we were formed and how we met each other. And a company is composed of adventurers of any kind, but the sum of its part is going to be influenced by our calling. Basically, session 0, build a collaborative world. How did we meet? I highly recommend, maybe Galileo games, backstory cards. So, all right, heroic cultures. So I saw somebody, probably Beowulf. I didn't actually see who said it, but somebody was complaining about strength, and their simulationist heart they're like, why is strength related to singing? And so real quick, these ability scores. A player hero with a high strength score can be tough and fit, or quick and alert, or physically attractive or opposing. Every aspect of adventure that relies on vigor or physical well-being is represented by the game's strength. So this is not just like when we think of strength, we think of very we think of powerlifting. How much can you bench strength? That's what D&D has sort of ingrained into this. But in our case, a character who was very quick and very adroit and very dexterous, right? Or someone who was very physically attractive, we would say they had great strength. And so in this game, strength basically represents everything physical about your character, right? All of your physical qualities. So in that respect, singing, crafting, anything that hunting, awareness, athletics, awe, anything that relies on your physical prowess, your physical capabilities, is tied to strength. Heart is your capacity for emotion, empathy, and enthusiasm. A player hero with a high heart score could be fiery, energetic, and hard to daunt. They tie to activities that benefit from a passionate or a dynamic temper. Now, so it should have been called physical or body. Yeah, it could have been called those things, but those would have been terrible names, and I'd be making fun of it right now. But I think calling it what they called it is, I think, more appropriate. I think, again, especially if you've read a lot of Tolkien, these are the ways that Tolkien uses this word. He uses strength as a means of what strength is in my blood, right? To guide, to lead. Aragorn's not talking about how strong is he? Is he going to be able to physically lift up, Minas Tirith? He's talking about, do I have the strength to lead these people? So the names are very much on point, but it is essentially body, mind, and spirit. So lastly, wits. Rating can be clever, attentive, and ingenious. Any action that calls for an adventurer to be sharp-witted, sensible, or wise benefits from a character's wits score. So anyways, those are our 3 ability scores. And again, I think it's very easy to think of it as body, mind, and spirit. All right. So here's what our ratings mean. If we have no rating, we're untrained. If we have 1 rating, we're a beginner or poor at that skill. 2 is average. 3 is good. 4 is superior. 5 is outstanding. And 6 is heroic, depending on how much we're between the 2 of those things. And again, we just fill this in by filling in the diamond-shaped box to the right. Right? So boop, 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 boop. The 3 attributes, strength, heart, and wits, give a good impression of an adventurer, but they fall short in determining what sets us apart. Distinctive features are traits typically displayed by heroes from a given culture that they use to add nuance to their personality. We also talk about languages and names, and this is their way of saying, go with Tolkien on this one. Don't name your Ranger of the North, Bob. don't name your elf, Fuzzy Pants or something like that, or Fuzzy Britches or something like that. If someone did that in my game, I would be mad at them, and I would say, you have to change your name or quit the campaign. Now you might say, Derek, you're being a dick and you're being a gatekeeper. Yep, I am. So get in line or get out. Sorry. So here's one example here's one example of a heroic culture, and that is the Barding. So these are people from Wilderland off to the east, built around Dale. And again, we can roll a d6, or we could just choose one of them. But these are our starting stats. So we could have a 5 strength, 7 heart, 2 wits. Or we could have a 4 strength, 7 heart, 3 wits. All in all, Bardings don't seem to be, maybe that witty. So additionally, we have the, so you say distinctive features are interesting, but I think they're not well explained in the book. My sense of distinctive feature, Shadram, is kind of like one unique thing, or kind of like, Mouse Guard and Torchbearer have like your distinct, your what distinctive item of clothes you have, or what's your raiment. It's this idea of like what, it's like what's one thing that you can put on your character that really like makes you stand out, would be my sense. So as a barding, we have a cultural blessing. Every culture has its own blessing, and we are stout-hearted. Stories tell that bardings lived under the shadow of a great dragon for many decades. To the lineage of Gondor, he added the fierce spirit of the Northmen, and our valor rolls are favored. And remember, favored means that we basically have advantage. So anytime we have to call upon our valor, we are essentially have advantage. It also determines our standard of living, which we didn't really talk about, and I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just not really focused on it. Anyways, so after we figure out what our strength, hearts, and wits are, we also calculate our derived stats. So our starting endurance, aka our hit points, basically, is strength, whatever our strength score is, plus 20. Our hope is whatever our hearts score is, plus 8. And our parry is whatever our wits score is, plus 12. We'll talk about parry if and when we get to combat. Additionally, copy the listed skill ranks onto our character sheet, then choose one skill among the 2 underlined and mark it as favored. So our culture determines what our starting skills are in this way. So our characters are very good at persuading. Additionally, we can copy the following combat proficiency ranks onto our character sheet, selecting a preferred proficiency when offered a choice. So we can have bows or swords, 2, and we get to pick one other combat proficiency at 1. So we can choose 2 distinctive features from among those listed. We can be bold and eager, fair and fierce, generous and fierce, fair and tall, proud and willful, right? So these are just ways to kind of like really, it's like when you play Blades in the Dark and they have like those pre-written descriptors of your character, and it's like, pick 2. And here's some great names that give you a sense of that bardic nature. But then we have dwarves. We can see the dwarves have a much higher strength and a higher wits, but also too, look, their endurance is strength plus 22 instead of strength plus 20. What up? Meanwhile, if we look at our friends, the hobbits of the Shire, their hope is heart plus 10. So they're starting with a lot of hope, as would befit a hobbit. And here are our men of Bree. And lastly, the Rangers of the North. So again, this is literally a combat or a race, but essentially you are a descendant of Numenor. You are of the line of Dunedain, and yeah. So you get to add 1 point of attribute to your choice. You have the allegiance of the Dunedain. The Rangers are devoted to fighting Sauron and his minions by an ancient tradition of war and strife. This obligation makes it harder for them to put their spirit at ease, even when they enjoy a respite from adventuring. During the fellowship phase, not Yule, you recover a maximum number of hope points equal to half your heart score. So they actually find it hard to recover their hope. Okay, because they've seen the evils of the world, right? They've battled against these evils for a very, very long time. And we can see that their hope starts low. It's heart plus 6. So the Rangers, while they have great parry and great endurance and fantastic, they do not have a lot of hope, which I love. It's a great way to make them kind of stand out in the system. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, callings. So this is our drive. This is what pushes us to become, an adventurer. And we can have 6 callings: captain, champion, messenger, scholar, treasure hunter, and warden. Each player should select the calling that best adheres to their character concept. Keep in mind that coupling a calling to a heroic culture results in 36 combinations. A hobbit treasure hunter has a very different reasons to go adventuring than a hobbit scholar. But this is probably even more true if that treasure hunter is a dwarf or an elf. Each calling lists 3 skills. When you select a calling, you choose 2 skills from among those listed and mark them as favored. Remember, favored skills, if we spend a hope point, we get 2 bonus dice, not 1 bonus dice. Additionally, those who answer the same calling share a peculiar ability, in this case, the form of a distinctive trait. Additionally, we get a shadow path. An adventurer's shadow path suggests the individual's fate a calling typically leads to if they fail to resist the shadow's influence. And again, if you know Legend of the Five Rings, you know that there's this idea of when your character unmasks, what do they tend to do? You know, like when the shit gets tough, how does your character tend to, you know, how does your character tend to spiral out? So a captain, again, this is what your class is. As you can see, it's very, I mean, it's still important, but it's much less than what your ancestry is. So your culture and your calling really are your character in that respect. But you choose 2 skills among battle, enhearten, and persuade, and you get to mark them as favored. This in and of itself doesn't actually give you any bonus. All a favored skill does is lets you, when you do spend hope, you get 2 dice instead of 1 dice. Additionally, you have an additional distinctive feature, leadership. You possess the ability to direct others to action. When under pressure, other people naturally turn to you for guidance. And again, it's more of a suggestion than a mechanic. And lastly, the shadow path is the lure of power. Again, more narrative than mechanical, but the idea that as your character is leading to the shadow, you're lured into power, and that can, your people want to follow you, and you get caught up in that, and you want to build up a base of support, and you want to have that worship and adulation of the people. Champions are the warriors of the folk, leading people to battle. They can choose athletics. Favored is actually advantaged. Oh, then what am I thinking of? Phil, what am I thinking of? You're right. It is favored as advantage. Inspired is what I was thinking of. Thank you. Okay. Never mind. Sorry about that. Sorry for the bad data. Okay. Favored means you're rolling with advantage. Inspired is what gives you 2 dice when you spend hope. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Hobbits. All right, previous experience. The ability levels of all characters can now be raised to represent their experience prior to their life adventure. So now everything's been kind of out of the book at this point, but we have 10 points to spend on raising skills and combat proficiencies. The cost is shown on the table to the right. The first gives the cost for skills, while the second shows the cost for combat proficiencies. Players are free to raise abilities as they see fit, as long as they have enough to buy the desired level. Players can also buy ranks in skills or combat proficiencies that you do not possess at all, or multiple ranks, as long as you can pay for all of it. So to go from nothing to 1 is 1, to go from 1 to 2 is 2, to go from 2 to 3 is 3, and to go from 3 to 4 is 5. But with combat proficiency, it's 2, 4, 6, a little bit more expensive. So we have 10 points that we can spend to sort of customize our character at this point. Seems reasonable. We start with a solid base determined by our character's culture, and now we can customize it. And also, if you're looking to add, narrative elements to your character, it's like maybe you can add something like, oh, my hobbit is a really good warrior for some reason. Well, why is that? Lastly, starting gear. All heroes start their adventure career fully equipped with all the personal items and gear they would need to be suited for life on the road. These are represented by their war gear and traveling gear and useful items. War gear is your armor and weapons, and you can choose 1 weapon for each combat proficiency with which you have a rating, and the preferred selection of armor, helms, or shields. Players should note this on your character sheet. The protection score of a coat of armor is recorded separately from that of a helm, as sometimes during combat, a hero might resort to dropping it to reduce the carried load and avoid becoming weary too soon. Thus answering the question, why do characters always in movies take off their helmet when they're fighting? Keep that on. That's really where you're going to die, is when you get hit in the head. Why do all you people keep taking off your helmets? Answer, to reduce their load so they can keep fighting. Shields, on the other hand, do not offer protection, but instead give you a bonus to parry, making it less likely that you get hit at all. So here we can see our weapon table. There's about 15 different weapons, from unarmed to daggers, swords, spears, axes, bows, and the like. This is one of the reasons why I really respect the Karl Urban version of Judge Dredd, because he doesn't take his helmet off for the entire movie, which is very appropriate for the character, but you don't actually get to see Karl Urban's face. So, and we can also see the load, how much that basically weighs, what combat proficiency it links to, any notes about it. Meanwhile, our armor, how much protection it offers, and how much load it takes. Now, remember, some of our characters, you become weary when your endurance, which is essentially your hit points, right, goes below your load. And some of our characters, like 20 plus your strength was a lot of people starting endurance. So a lot of people might have like 27, 28 endurance. And a coat of mail is 12. So just by itself, a coat of mail, if you're carrying a coat of mail and a long sword, your load is 15. And a helmet, your load is 19. It's a lot of load. And then we can see the load of shields and how much it adds to your parry modifier. The protection of your leather shirt or mailed shirt is represented by a number of dice. And then we have traveling gear. In winter, this is boots and thick clothes. During warmer months, we may do away with the heaviest items and just have light cloaks and cloaks. Traveling gear does not need to be annotated in detail on a character sheet, only if a player wishes to do so and it is not given a load rating. So we have sort of abstractified the traveling gear. We have said, look, it exists and it's there, but it's also not something that we really want to focus on. This is Lord of the Rings, and while journeying and becoming weary is important, we really don't want to be torchbearer in tracking each individual piece of item and how much it takes up. And lastly, there are useful items. And we can put those onto our character sheet. If we are making a roll outside of combat and the game master decides that this useful item is useful, then we grant a bonus die. All player heroes start with the game with a number of useful items based on their standard of living. So dwarves start with 3 items, whereas elves and rangers only start with 1. Okay. This is talking about our load score. And yes, Thaddeus, we could see from our character sheet, we didn't really talk about it too much. But remember, if our hope ever drops below our shadow, we become miserable. And if our endurance ever drops below our load, we become weary. However, there is fatigue and shadow scars as well. And these basically add together to determine how much actual load we have. Shadow scars are sort of like permanent points of shadow on your character. And load is obviously from the gear you're carrying, but fatigue is from the weariness of actually just, traveling and having the realities of the road grind you down. And if you drop a load, you get a rank instinct. Well, so one of the worst decisions I ever made, Ben, was when I made DTX, I wanted every ability score to have a resource. Okay. I wanted every ability score to be tied to a resource. So, endurance, constitution was tied to something called resilience or endurance. Intelligence was tied to something called supply, kind of represented a quantum inventory. Wisdom was tied to willpower. Charisma was tied to resonance or attunement or something. And then strength was tied to load. And boy, was that a mistake, because when you put people like Bob and Kaz and Smith in a group and Tim in a group together and you make something called load, well, you're going to get a lot of toilet humor. So here's some example of some useful items. You might have a knife for skimming rabbits, which might give you a bonus to hook hunting. You might have specifically a coil of rope with a grappling hook. I should, by the way, point out that this is very similar to Torchbearer, which might actually sound kind of confusing, but now that I'm reading it, it really is more similar to Torchbearer. And obviously, Torchbearer is more fastidious about the rations and the torches and all that other stuff. But one of the things about Torchbearer is it's a slot-based system. You only have a handful of slots, but the game assumes that your character is carrying 30 to 40 pounds of like normal equipment to be able to do their supplies, to do their skills. And then you only really call out the like more specific bonus items that are going to give you a bonus. So anyways, and then they talk about mounts. I'm not really interested about mounts. Okay, lastly, we're going to choose a starting reward and virtue. There are many things that may betray the true nature of adventurers. It may be their weather-beaten look or the grim determination which surfaces when they set themselves to a difficult task. They are made of sterner stuff. The growth in stature of a hero in terms of power and renown is tracked in the game using two values, valor and wisdom. So this essentially is kind of a way of tracking our level, okay? But instead of having one level, we have two levels. We have valor and wisdom. Both are ranked from 1 to 6, reflecting the gradual transformation from a novice adventurer into a veteran hero. At the beginning of the game, we start with a rating of 1 in both characteristics. Among the various effects on gameplay, valor and wisdom also grant special abilities. Abilities granted by gaining a new rank in wisdom are called virtues, while those gained by increasing a rank in valor are called rewards. Virtues give our player heroes access to specialized, peculiar abilities of our folk, and rewards are just that. They're upgrades to our character's war gear. And again, go back to Lord of the Rings. Go back to the source. Go back to the material, right? Frodo gets to Rivendell, and what happens? Bilbo's like, here's Sting. Here's my mithril coat of mail, right? Aragorn, I mean, in the books, he gets this really early, but in the movies, later on, before he's about to go to the Path of the Dead, they're like, here's Andorel, the Flame of the West. Okay, but wait. Then they go through Moria. Then they get, they leave Rivendell and they go south along the Misty Mountains. They try to go over the Redhorn Pass. They fail. They go through the Misty Mountain. They go through Moria. They come to the other side. They lose Gandalf. They go to Lorien. And what happens? Hey, here's some more gifts, right? Here's a bow of the Galadrim. Here are 3 locks of my hair. Here are the daggers of Anuilel. Here's the flail of Galadriel, right? Which contains the light of, oh gosh. It's not Elbereth. It's oh my god, their favorite star. The Mariner. Not Elendil. No. Erindel. The Mariner. Thank you. The Mariner. Yes, anyways. They get more. Here's elven cloaks, right? They get more. Part of them leveling up is just getting sweeter and sweeter magical gear. Look at George. George coming through with the Erindel, yes. Anyways, I will say this. I love Tolkien. I love his lore. But, for Lembas bread, of course. I love Tolkien and his lore, but man, some of his characters' names are all a little bit too similar to each other. Anyways, at the start of the game, because you start with 1 and 1, you get to pick 1 virtue and 1 reward. So as a starting reward, you could have a close-fitting armor or helm. You could have a cunning make of armor, helm, or shield. You could have a fell weapon, a grievous weapon, a keen weapon, a reinforced shield. And then for starting virtues, you could be confident, dour, hardy, mastered, nimbleness, and prowess. And then we build our company. And as a company, we choose our patron, we choose our safe haven, we determine our fellowship rating, and we choose our focuses. So this is where we get together. I mean, we should have been working a little bit together anyways, but this is where we really come together and we create a company as a group. So the first thing is we are not brought together by chance or design. We don't just meet at an inn. Okay. The meeting of the player heroes might have been directly arranged by one of the wise, one of the great of Middle-earth, their patron. They are an individual who has taken an interest in the group and over the course of the game will offer additional counsel and reasons, this is really important, to go adventuring, offering support and counsels. They work with the player heroes from time to time, following a personal agenda, but in general, hoping to influence the events that are going to shape Middle-earth in the years to come. And as an example, they give Bilbo Baggins, Balin, Círdan, the Shipwright, Gandalf the Grey, why not, Gilryan, Tom Bombadil and Lady Goldberry. That would be a little bit much, but and what are they trying to achieve, right? So having Balin as your patron would make for, I don't know, like a, it's almost like a different like style of game, like if you have Balin, you might have a very combative focused and maybe you're going to war against the orcs and you're trying to not just clear out, Moria, but maybe you're going to Mount Gundabad and you're fighting the Enten Moors, or there's an orcish incursion coming from the Foedwaith in the Blue Mountains. And, like you would have a very different style of game if Balin was your patron as opposed to Bilbo Baggins, right? Who's just interested in lore and recovering treasure, which I think is really, really cool. So I like that tone. And it's a great thing as a group to sit around and say, hey, who should we pick? But you also get an advantage. So Balin lets you spend fellowship to make a combat roll favored. Whereas if you have Gandalf, you can spend a fellowship to make a shadow test favored. Right, to make it so that you're more likely to pass a shadow test because Gandalf is in your corner. So that's really, really cool. So this raises, they also raise how many fellowship points are available to you. Player heroes gain an opportunity to go and see a patron whenever they are in the same place during a fellowship shave, choosing the meet patron undertaking, right? So these people are based out of somewhere. And if you go there, then you could potentially meet with your patron and do some actions there. Then we choose a safe haven, which is our base of operations. It's our primary refuge to repair and to go to for our fellowship phase. It's usually also where we gathered for the first time. In Eriador, the ideal starting choice for a starting safe haven is certainly the village of Bree, as it stands at the crossroads of the East Road and the Great North-South Road. And everyone who journeys across the land stops at the Prancing Pony for a pipe to smoke in comfort. For more information about Bree. So, Bree is obviously right here in the middle of the map, literally at the intersection of the Greenway and the Great East Road. But, you could potentially be based out of Hobbiton. You could potentially be based out of Rivendell. A lot of this land is pretty destroyed, like Tharbad is a ruin and things of that nature. But, maybe you're based out of the Dwarven halls of the dwarves. Maybe you met there. But even then, Bree's pretty cool choice. You might be based out of the Grey Havens if Círdan is your patron. Right? Like imagine a group which mostly consists of elves and rangers of the north, right? And you're based out of the Grey Havens and you're based out of Círdan, which is pretty cool. I also love that in this book, they include this wonderful sketch. It's obviously not Tolkien's work, but it's very much inspired by Tolkien's style of the lands of Eriador. But then they also have the Lore Masters map, right? Which is much more mechanical, broken down into hexes, labeled with different areas and difficulty ratings and the quality of the area. Is it a borderland, wild, dark? What are the perilous areas? Very, very cool there. The map's very, very cool and very useful, which I love the difference between the two of them. But this is absolutely gorgeous. I would have this as a poster, printed and put on my wall. And I would absolutely have zero problem with that. In fact, I love this. This map is one of my favorite maps I've ever seen. I'm not even kidding. It's gorgeous. I love everything about it. Anyways, yeah. And then our fellowship rating. The group of player hero characters is more than a band of roving mercenaries. We are, so we're not just we are a party of adventurers. We are a fellowship. At its foundation are communal goals and mutual respect. This feeling of trust is represented by the company's fellowship score. Expressed as a numerical value, it is a pool of points shared amongst all the player heroes that is mainly spent to recover lost consequence. During the adventuring phase, player heroes can spend points of fellowship to recover points of hope when we rest. Additionally, fellowship can be spent to trigger special effects tied to our patron. The starting fellowship score of a company is equal to the number of people in the group, and it can be augmented by the number of virtues or cultural blessings and by a bonus associated with the company's patron. And then we write this down. It is recorded in our sheet. And for every point spent, all characters adjust this. When all points have been spent, the company cannot spend any more fellowship. Fellowship points are fully refreshed at the end of each gaming session. So it is a session-based resource. Use it or lose it, but we do share it as a group. A company's fellowship rating represents the loyalty that we feel toward each other, but some of them might share an additional level of companionship with another member of the company. Such a bond might be due to the respect felt for a wiser or nobler, a special friendship with an old acquaintance, or etc. Each player can choose one member of the company as their fellowship focus. We can also opt to choose it later during the game. We're also free to indicate any other player hero as their choice, even if that person has been chosen by somebody else. The bond doesn't even have to be mutual, as you could choose somebody else. In game terms, player heroes provide a greater advantage to their fellowship focus. Remember how you can spend a point of hope to support someone and grant them a bonus die? Well, you can grant 2 dice to the person who is your fellowship focus. But the benefit of caring so much for someone comes at a price. You gain a shadow point whenever your focus is wounded, suffers a bout of madness, or is otherwise seriously harmed. This shadow gain cannot be prevented with a shadow test. So you really, maybe you're a ranger of the north who has a particular kinship for, hobbit, and you kind of view him as your ward, and you're taking him under his wing. Well, you can really help him and support him out. But if he gets hurt, if he suffers from the shadow, it's going to hurt you, and you're going to take shadow. Which again, it's a cool way to mechanically sort of tie it all together. And then experience. In game terms, players earn points at the end of every session and at the end of the adventuring phase. Then we can spend them during the fellowship phase to improve our abilities or acquire new ones. There are 2 types of experience points: skill points, which are used to acquire new ranks in a skill, and adventure points that are used to improve combat proficiencies or gain new ranks in valor or wisdom. We get 3 skill points at the end of every gaming session we attend. Finally, during each Yule fellowship phase, that's like our winter phase, all players earn a number of additional skill points equal to their adventurer's wits rating, which is kind of cool. So having high wits means you get more skills. So in the last adventuring phase, Falco the Hobbit has taken part in 3 gaming sessions. They will earn 9 skill points. And when the Yule arrives, they will earn additional 6. In addition, we earn 3 adventure points at the end of every gaming session we attend. And then we also have things here about time and raising an heir, and there's a lot of stuff here. So there's an element here of they kind of want you to have maybe a long duration campaign, I guess, and information about creating your heir. We'll skip that for right now, but and that brings us to our characteristics. Now we're not going to go through all of these, but these are the skills in the game and the skill lists and what they're doing. So here's our things, and we can see here that the skills on our character sheet are actually divided. And we were talking about this a little bit earlier. So obviously everything in this column is tied to strength, but across each of these skills is sort of tied to a general concept. So awe, enhearten, and persuade are all about powers of personality, right? And ways to sort of manipulate other people, right? Athletics, travel, and stealth are all forms of movement. Awareness, insight, scanning, perception, hunting, healing, exploring, survival, song, courtesy or riddle, grab bag. And then craft, battle, and lore are tied to, your vocation and more of your job. So there's kind of an idea here of going, hey, you should maybe, probably, possibly have at least something from each row so that you can kind of participate no matter what the challenge is. Customs as in customs of a culture. Okay, I guess that makes sense. maybe is, I guess riddling is a custom of a culture, but it's not. These are just skills. They're tied to that. But yeah, I guess you're right. It is my custom to sing songs. It is my custom to riddle, I guess. So we're not really going to go through every single skill here, but yes, custom skills. While heroes are often held to be uncivilized brutes by the common folk, their lives can sometimes depend on knowing the proper words, the wisest song, or the cleverest answer. Excelling in these skills is considered a noble achievement. Here we go. So we're not going to go through all these, but they are the skills of the game, and they give us some description about them and how you might use them as a player and how your GM might use them as a lore master. Additionally, same thing with our combat proficiencies. Axes, bows, spears, and swords. And here are our distinctive features. Oh, okay. So I actually did not know this. I did not know there was a mechanical effect to your distinctive feature. Additionally, players can invoke a distinctive feature to improve their chances to succeed at a roll using a skill. When this happens, the player hero is considered to be inspired. Inspired is the one where you spend a point of hope and you get 2 dice. I got it right this time. So this, and again, to me, is very Burning Wheel-ish, very Torchbearer-ish. Where in Torchbearer, your character has these traits. And if you can invoke a trait, if it makes sense for this situation, then you get a bonus die or 2. And it's kind of the same thing. And in fact, just like in Burning Wheel, or just like in Torchbearer or Mouse Guard, when you do your winter phase and you have a trait, that is when you can change out a trait for a new trait if the group and you feel like it is common. In fact, actually, I believe in Torchbearer, the way it works, which I really like, is you as a player can nominate one of your traits to change, and then the group, the other players, nominate one of your traits to change. So like they basically say like, yeah, we don't feel like you're this anymore, and they can change it. But anyways, so yeah, if you can invoke your distinctive feature, then you get to be inspired. Well, right. Burning Wheel has that whole thing where you keep like kind of invoking these things. But again, I mean, it doesn't sound like there's a limit here. So, but again, this is kind of self-balancing because it's still tied to how much hope you can spend, which I think is really, really interesting. So yes, if your character is eager, then, if you can describe or make a point about why you being eager matters in this context, then when you spend a point of hope, you would get 2 dice instead of 1 dice. So actually, I like this even more now, which is great. We've talked about endurance and hope. This is our sort of our damage and our sort of spiritual hit points. And of course, our spiritual hit points could be used. We can cash those in to get bonus dice, which is really, really nice. But then if we do that, we risk, right, coming into the shadow. And we talked a bit about fatigue as well. Do we talk about shadow scars yet? I don't think so. I just really love this. One of the things I love about the shadow scar is, so again, I don't know if this is taken from Torchbearer or not, but in Torchbearer, your character has their nature, which sort of represents their inner strength, and your nature can become depleted over time. And you have 2 values. You have your permanent nature and you have your temporary nature. And your temporary nature can be taxed down lower and lower and lower. But what you can do at will is you can permanently lower your character's nature by 1 point, and then that clears all of the tax on your nature. It's almost like you've accepted this new part of who you are. And there's something very similar in this game where if your shadow is building up too much on your character sheet here, right? If your shadow is building up too much, you can basically choose to eliminate all this shadow, but then your character takes a +1 to shadow scar. So it's almost like shadow in theory is temporary, right? You can deal with it over time. But when when it's really bad, there may not be any choice for you but to take a shadow scar. And that will reset the shadow value to 0, but it increases the shadow scar. And this is a permanent, essentially permanent, as far as I know, or nearly permanent amount of shadow. So it's like it like reduces your permanent maximum by 1, but it could get rid of 3 or 4 or 5 points of shadow all in one go, which I think is really, really interesting. So let's talk about resting. How do we get all this stuff back? The different Tom faces. Yeah, here's the thing. This looks cool. What's with this font? I'm not saying that it's fine that the font is different. It's just, this looks like it's like, I don't know, like Times New Roman or something. I mean, maybe it doesn't look as bad when you're zoomed out, I guess. Okay. Morgan says you can spend XP during Yule to recover shadow scars. Okay, so it's not permanent, but it is definitely a very long recovery. All right, resting. Player heroes regain lost endurance points by resting. The extent of the player hero's recovery depends on whether they take a short rest or a prolonged one. Short rest. Under most circumstances, a day of adventuring allows for a maximum of 1 short rest, usually in the middle of the day. Shades of your Zero engine here, Dragonbane. If precise timing is needed, a short rest can be said to correspond to at least an hour of activity. Well, at least we're keeping in line with our 5e here. When we take our short rest, we recover a number of lost endurance points equal to our strength rating. So if our strength is 7, we get back 7. Prolonged rest. Under normal circumstances, the company is allowed to take a single prolonged rest each day, usually your night's sleep. They may allow us to take more than 1 prolonged rest if we are in a safe and comfortable place. If that's the case, we get back all of our endurance points, or we only get back a number of endurance points equal to our strength score if we have become wounded. So we talked before about how becoming wounded is bad because then you don't get that full recovery every night. Hope is our spiritual fortitude and positivity. A hopeful character can keep going when physically stronger heroes have already given in to despair. During play, players can spend hope to gain hope bonus on any die roll or trigger the effects of certain virtues. Player characters whose hope score is reduced to 0 have become spiritually drained. It is impossible for them to find the energy required to push themselves beyond their limits. Also, if our shadow score matches or overcomes our hope, we are miserable. And when this happens, the Eye of Sauron is now an automatic failure. Recovering hope. There are 3 ways to recover hope. 1 is to spend our fellowship. During the adventuring phase, whenever the company is resting, the player heroes may spend any number of fellowship points to distribute an equal number of hope points amongst all the player heroes. All players must agree on the distribution. Taking a break from adventuring. During the fellowship phase, that's our long extended down rhyme, all player heroes recover a number of hope points equal to their heart score, and they recover them all at Yule. So endurance we get back every night, assuming we can get a good sleep. But only by taking a break from adventuring during a complete fellowship rest do we get back all our hope. Resting. Finally, player heroes who are down to 0 hope recover a single point of hope if they take a prolonged rest. So if you're down to 0, you get back 1. Otherwise, you have to spend fellowship or you have to be in a fellowship phase, aka an extended downtime. So that's pretty brutal. And here's, just in case you're getting confused about what hit points are, endurance should not be confused with being wounded. While being hit in combat results in a loss of endurance, adventurers are only at risk of death when hit by a piercing blow, a precise attack that threatens to bypass their armor and defenses to cause severe injury. Right. So endurance is that being worn down, fatigue, battered and bruised, but not bleeding. So Beowulf has a question about fellowship. During the adventuring phase, whenever we are resting, the player heroes may spend any number of fellowship points to distribute an equal number of hope points among the player heroes. All players must agree on the distribution. So my reading of this is if we as a group, we agree to spend 4 fellowship points, then we have 4 hope points that we can spread out amongst the party members. So we might be able to give 2, 1, and 1, or we might say this person needs a lot. They're going to get 3 and I'll take 1, or we could go 1, 1, 1, 1, or we could go, 4 and 0. So it's however we need it. So this is this is a pretty, I'm going to say it's like not bad. I don't know if it's a good rate of return. I don't know how valuable. I mean, the thing about fellowship points is they come back every session, right? So there's kind of a, use it or lose it type situation there. I guess it depends on how your session's going, right? I'm going to skip standards of living. I don't really care about treasure and all that other stuff. Same thing with all the war gear and all this other stuff here. Don't really care about that. Okay. So this is the last of our standard area. Because now we are on to chapter 5, which is Valor and Wisdom. And then, of course, chapter 6 is the adventuring phases, and chapter 7 is the fellowship phase. However, this has been a very quiet stream, so we'll probably wrap up. And sorry, 9 o'clock. So we'll probably wrap up here with Valor and Wisdom. And unfortunately, we will not be able to get to combat and councils and journeys, unfortunately. Okay. Valor and Wisdom. So remember, Valor and Wisdom are kind of like our levels, right? Valor and Wisdom can also be used as rolls. They are also used to resist the influence of the shadow. Rolls made using Valor and Wisdom are resolved as usual. You roll your D12 feat die and a number of D6 success dice equal to your rating. So you start at 1 and 1, but you can go up to 6 and 6. The difficulty is Heart for Valor and Wits for Wisdom. And we can, again, see this on our character sheet, right? The Valor score is under the Heart section, and the Wisdom score is under the Wits section. So good stuff there. Wisdom is your character's trust in your own capability, your self-confidence, and your trust for good judgment. It is a characteristic with deeply personal implications. Valor is a measure of our courage as tempered by dangerous deeds. Individuals of valor are willing to place themselves in danger. So this is our courage, our bravery. If a player decides to favor valor over wisdom in the course of the game, the status of the player hero in the eyes of others will be determined primarily by their actions and deeds. And then we get rewards. So these are the rewards we get as we continue to improve. These are improvements to our gear and to our weapons and to our items. Better armor, better weapons. Named weapons, such as Glamdring and Sting and Orcrist. And then there are 6 virtues for the players to choose from: confidence, dour-handed, prowess, nimbleness, mastery, and hardiness. And then we have our cultural virtues. So these are abilities that can be deployed only under special circumstances or at a cost or require a die roll. So... Hey! What's up, Shadram?
Shadram tipped $45. Tomorrow is payday, so let's talk.
Alrighty. Well, I guess we're not finishing early. All right. Well, hot fire. That's how we do it. Shadram, coming through. Let me switch that up a little bit, since he put it in as a tip, which I appreciate greatly, by the way. But it is technically to the super chat goal of combat. It's okay, Shadram. It's fine, You know what, Shadram? My payday is tomorrow too. So I don't know if I'm going to tip it to myself, but heyo.
Thaddeus tipped $15. Talk some more, Derek.
All right. Apparently, people do not want the stream to end, and I'm appreciative of that. So thank you, Thaddeus. Thank you, Shadram. I guess we will start talking about combat, and maybe we can also start dipping into. I don't know why this has not been working lately. I update the thing, and it doesn't want to update the OBS thing anymore. Let let me cheat here real quick. This is just one of those personal Derek things. That work? No. All right. Well, just know that we covered it. I was going to move it over to Super Chat, but for some odd reason, it doesn't want to work anymore. All right. Okay. All right. Continuing on. So each different culture, so these are generic virtues, but then each culture can also choose additional virtues. So we take these in place of our rank of wisdom, and it can only take them starting at wisdom 2, so not wisdom 3. So, everyone can tie from these virtues, but then you, from your culture, can pick these, so if you're from the culture of the Bardings, right, from the descendant, the people of Bard, the people of Dale, you can take things like Dwarf Friend and Dragon Slayer and Fierce Shot, right, because your people are famed for that. The virtues of the dwarves, Baruch Kazad, right? Which is, of course, this is the war cry of the orcs, right? Baruch Kazad, Kazad Aminu, which is, what is it? Something of the dwarves, the axes of the dwarves are here, something. I should know that. Cry of the dwarves, the axes of the dwarves are here. Anyways, so we got our dwarven war cry. We've got our dark for dark business, Durin's Way, broken spells. So very cool way to customize your character. Remember, you're only going to get 6 of these. Wisdom caps at 6. So it's kind of cool that you have this list to choose from. I might be weird here. Oh, that's kind of cool. Elbereth Gilthoniel. All right. Nerdy Lord of the Rings. You can't look it up, because if you look it up, you're just cheating yourself. All right. Elbereth Gilthoniel. All right. Elbereth is what the elves call the Queen of Stars, and she is revered by the Eldar still dwelling in Middle-earth. However, most people know that her name as what? So while the elves call her Elbereth, but Morgan coming in with the Varda. Yes. Good, Morgan. Varda, the Lady of the Stars. Very cool. So, and I love that too, by the way. Elbereth Gilthoniel, and when you take this, you raise your maximum hope rating by 1, and during your adventuring phase, you can become inspired on a number of rolls equal to your wisdom rating, right? So you become inspired by the presence of the Lady of the Stars, of the Valar. I love it. That's so cool. Yeah, this is all Silmarillion stuff, Thaddeus, so. Actually, Tolkien's pantheon, if you want to call it that, is like my favorite pantheon of any game, of any world ever. So, although it is kind of like, okay, it is kind of, if you watch the movie, it is kind of it, because when Galadriel gives him the file of Galadriel, he, she says, like, this is our most, beloved star, Arindel. And then I'm pretty sure that, like, when he calls out to her, to the light, I think he says something about brightest of stars or something like that. He might say some sort of mention to Gilbereth, but I might be wrong. But anyways, I think this is very cool. Okay, so this is what I was gonna say. This is my question. I'll make this a poll. Okay. Do you prefer? Now, again, I know, I'm sure there's expansions for this, but okay. But fundamentally, in this game, you start with 1 point of wisdom. You can go up to 6. For each wisdom that you get a virtue. There's 6 generic virtues that everybody can choose from, and then within your culture, you have 6 different virtues. For example, the hobbits have art of disappearing, brave at a pinch, small folk, sure at the mark, 3 is company, tough as old tree roots. Okay, so there's 12. This means that over the course of a campaign, if you were to play it all, you can pick 6 of 12. Or do you prefer of 6 of numbers beyond counting? Or do you prefer 45 of 50? Or do you prefer, 50 of numbers beyond counting? So basically, what I'm asking is, like, when it comes to not just this game, right, but like all games, like, would you rather be able to get like half of a very small number that you can kind of wrap your head around, but potentially, I mean, don't get me wrong, 12 choose 6, right, is still a fairly large number of permutations. Or do you like it where it's like, well, you only get 6, feats or whatever, special abilities. But the core book has 50. The first Splat book added another 75. The second Splat book added another 35. Here's 50 just for hobbits. Here's 50 in the dwarf book just for dwarves. Or do you like to make a ton of choices? So many that you probably don't even remember what they all are on your character sheet, but that's okay because Foundry's going to take care of it. But you hate the idea of not being able to pick them all. And so you'd rather it just be like a small number and you get them all, basically. It's more about what the ones that you don't take. Or do you want to make a ton of choices and be like, yeah, I'm going to choose 48 feats over the course, 50 feats over the course of this 20 game. And you're like, out of how many feats? You're like, thousands. So I'm just kind of curious. I'm going to crack a window here because it's a little warm, but I'll let the poll kind of run there for a moment. And I'll probably get copyright struck for this. But there is it's not like unknown, but there's a actual song to Gilthonia Elbereth, Varda, the Lady of Stars. It's actually from the Lord of the Rings, but it's only in the extended edition, and it's only played for like a few seconds. But it actually is a whole track that Howard Shore did. So this is a song sung by the elves to honor Elbereth, the Lady of Stars, a.k.a. Varda. Here we go. All right. I did have to go to the bathroom. I did run to the bathroom. While the elves were singing their lament. Is this a song when Arwen was being taken to Círdan? No, actually, it's from the first movie. It's when Sam and Frodo see elves in the woods. You mean Bilbo Baggins, the sharded to Hobbit of the Wall? Are we talking about the Nimoy one? Yes, I'm aware of the Ballad of Bilbo Baggins. It was a bit of an intermission. I was not expecting us to have to go longer. So mentally, I was like preparing to go to the bathroom, and then you guys tipped. So I have to keep going. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it is a thing. So anyways, let's see what the results of the poll say. Where's my poll at? Okay. 67% of you said that you would prefer 6 of 12. And 22% of you said 6 of numbers beyond counting. 50 of numbers beyond comment, and then 50 of 60 was actually 0%. I know. Shadram, you were quite correct. I do not like. Does this game have water pressure rules? I'm going to assume that it is a 0% chance that this game has water pressure rules, but you never know. You chose 6 of 20, though I prefer like 20 of 40. Yeah, see, like for me, once I'm like over 10, like it's not special anymore. I don't know. Like, like 10 of 20 maybe, but like once I start getting to 20, it's just too many. It's just too many choices. It really is. For me, it is. It's too many. Six is a good number. 10 is a good number. Anyways, okay, so we got all these cool virtues that we can choose amongst the other ones. So that's how we make a character. And that brings us to chapter 6, which is the adventuring phases. So this is the phase of the game where we are out in the wilderness. It is when we are out in the dangerous places. It's when we're out doing the nasty stuff. And this is outside of our fellowship phases. So adventuring phases, remember the game said should take potentially 2 to 3 sessions. And during the adventuring phases, by the way, that includes us like walking through the wilderness and camping over line, right? As a result, it's more of just like the whole period of time between us doing our fellowship, right? So, which is really, really great. So an adventuring phase. So we're going to talk about the adventuring phase, and specifically an adventuring phase can be composed of scenes and the broken up into scenes. And then those scenes themselves could potentially be involving several deeper cuts, which means combat, journeying, or councils. It depends, KC. Sometimes I dig in to a single page. For shows like this, I prefer to do it as a single page because it's easier for people to read some of the text on the screen. So, the largest part of the gameplay of One Ring is made up of series of adventuring phases. As the name suggests, it is during an adventuring phase where most of the action takes place. During an adventuring phase, it is the job of the lore master to challenge the players, putting them in difficult circumstances, setting fiendish riddles for them to solve, and confronting them with formidable opponents. The gameplay is a dynamic narrative. As the players take action to explore the situations they encounter, the lore master then describes what happens as a result of those actions, and the players again react. The lore master keeps the story flowing through a mixture of prep and improvisation. See Chapter 8 about the lore master. An average adventuring phase should take between 2 to 3 sessions of play, each one clocking in at around 3 hours of gaming. Generally speaking, they're going to follow the pattern of the same structure. We're going to start with an introduction, then we're going to have scenes, and then we're going to end the session. Each session starts with the lore master presenting the current situation to the players. This is where they set the date or the time of the year, a when, a location, a where, an introductory situation, a what, that should include information that involves the involvement of the company, the why. If the session is the first one of an adventuring phase, all the elements listed above are now used by the lore master to frame an opening scene. If it's not the first session of play, then the opening scene picks up where we left off last time. So basically, it starts with the GM saying, on today's episode of Lord of the Rings, we find ourselves rejoining the Fellowship. They've just crossed the Anduin River, they're moving into the North Ithilien, searching for a company of orcs who have captured a blah, 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 right? And then we pick up from there. Once a session has started, the gameplay transitions from scene to scene, with each scene describing a situation requiring the players to make meaningful decisions. Now, I don't want to get up on a soapbox here, but I am going to say this game is fundamentally, to me, saying that this is not about, a scene is not about the players sitting around and talking about their feelings. It is not about a player sitting around in town and having a jolly good old time. This is an adventuring phase. And a scene is defined as a situation that requires the characters to make meaningful decisions. This means that there's got to be something truly at stake, something that has to be resolved, something that has to be dealt with, right? If you're going to have that kind of like more reflective, shopping in town phase, if anything, that should be saved for the fellowship phase. Each scene can vary in duration from less than an hour of play to the entire length of a session, a council taking many hours of gameplay to be completed. Between a number of main scenes and secondary scenes, a session of play should never last more than 3 to 4 hours. And then lastly, we end the scene, in this session, depending on whether we reach the end of a narrative arc or if more time is needed. If we end without us reaching a satisfactory conclusion, we will pick up with another adventuring phase when we meet again. Otherwise, we will start, if we've reached a satisfying conclusion, then we draw the curtain on the gaming phase, the adventuring phase is over, and we go into the fellowship phase. Or if it's near the end of our time, maybe we'll pick up next time in a fellowship phase. So you could be halfway through your session of 3 hours and be like, well, that was a great ending point for this adventure and this adventuring phase. We're going to go into a fellowship phase. Or we might do it for next time. Okay, so during an adventure, what are the kind of scenes that we could have? Well, we could have combat scenes, we could have council scenes, and we can have journey scenes. Combat. Thank you, Shadra. So, every age of the world has seen conflict and strife, with the influence of the shadow extending over the land. The choices to confront it and without taking up arms draw shorter every day. This is why combat is a frequent occurrence in the life of an adventurer. Frequent, but not less tragic. The lives of all members of a company are at stake, and they can consider themselves fortunate if they see the end of even a victorious fight without suffering from the consequences of the blow. So combat is not rare, but it is dangerous. It's usually a bad combination. On average, a company will experience at least one combat encounter in 1 out of every 2 sessions of play. So minimum, at least 1 combat encounter in 1 out of every 2 sessions of play. Whenever combat occurs, the normal flow of play is interrupted, so the players and the lore master can collaborate to build a tense description of how we confront each other. So I don't think you're going to be having 2 or 3 fights a session. That seems excessive. But, one combat every 2 sessions, a combat per session could easily be the case. And with it being potentially very dangerous and deadly for your characters, we can see why. This is a dramatic and momentous event for any group that should not have its significance dulled by bland repetition. We'll say it again for the people in the back. This is just great wording for any RPG. Combat is a dramatic and momentous event for any group of players that should not have its significance dulled by bland repetition. In the books, the episodes featuring fights and battles vary wildly in presentation, set as they are in diverse locations and born out of different narrative needs. Basically, we should not just be grinding battles in our Lord of the Rings game. Okay. Are we fleeing from a greater threat? Do we need to open a way through the enemy's ranks? Are we fighting to protect a person or a place? Is it a mountain path? Is it raining? Is the battlefield rough? Is it snow-covered? All these things and more. Combat sequence. Once a combat encounter is initiated, the following steps must be applied in order to keep the action flowing. 1. Opening volleys. 2. The close quarters rounds. Opening volleys. At the start of a battle, the sides involved in the confrontation are still separated by a distance, potentially allowing for a brief exchange of volleys using ranged weapons before combat at close quarters is initiated. Think Balin's tomb. The goblins are banging down the doors. They're ripping it apart with their axes. Legolas and Aragorn each let a couple of arrows fly. The door kicks in. Legolas gets off one more arrow, stabs that one goblin, Moria orc, right in the face. He falls down, and then it's combat. It's close combat. The lore master must now determine how many volleys to allow, if any, based on the circumstances of the fight as defined during the onset. Under most circumstances, all combatants are entitled to at least one volley using a bow or a thrown weapon. If the sides are separated by a greater distance, then you might allow contestants or combatants using a bow to let loose 2 volleys or even more. So ranged weapons in this system are sort of like a pre-attack phase. All volley attacks are resolved as normal ranged attacks, which we'll read about here shortly. Player heroes carrying a shield double its parry modifier if aware of the incoming attack. A hero advancing to join a confrontation definitely would be. Normally, the volley exchange is resolved with the players launching their volleys first, unless the lore master considers the circumstances to favor the opposition. Once the opening volleys are completed, the combatants cover the distance that separates them, and now we move into this close quarter fighting. And again, I don't really remember the combat rules, but it sounds to me like you get your opportunity to shoot your bows first, and then you're stuck into the melee combat rounds. Once fighting at close quarters is initiated, it is broken down into a cycle of rounds played one after another until the end. The sequence is declared below. Yeah. Fuck that orc. Surprise attacks. A surprise attack happens when the company is ambushed by a foe, or when we succeed in springing a trap upon unsuspecting allies or enemies. In all cases, the lore master must consider the circumstances and decide whether a test is required to resolve the situation or not. For example, a well-planned ambush made against enemies without lookouts or individuals on watch allows us to attack automatically with the benefit of complete surprise. But if we consider that a roll isn't required, then the following guidelines must be applied. If we are ambushed, our player characters are ambushed, all heroes in the company must make a roll of awareness. Players who fail this roll have been caught off guard and will not be able to make an opening volley, nor to take any actions in the first close quarter round. So a true surprise. And ambushing enemies. If we are trying to waylay the enemies, we, the players, have to make a stealth roll. So again, player-focused rolls. Gotta love it. All players participating in an ambush must succeed in their roll for the surprise attack to succeed. If the ambush attempt is successful, the surprised enemies won't be able to make opening volleys and lose 1 dice on all combat rounds in the first quarter round. Interesting. So the enemies are better at ambushing than the players. Interesting. Some information about ambushing options. All right. Then what does a close quarter round sequence look like? 1, stance. The company chooses their stances. Shades of Legend of the Five Rings here. 2, engagement. All combatants in close combat are paired with 1 or more opponents. 3, action resolution. The actions of all combatants are resolved in stance order from forward to rearward. Stances. All players select the combat stance for their heroes at the start of each close combat round, choosing 1 of 4 available options. Adversaries do not choose stances. This rule portrays exclusively a player's hero point of view. Thank God. I do not want to have to do this. You have to do this in Legend of the Five Rings, though. All your enemies need to have a stance, and it's too much. It's too much. I mean, it's cool, but it's too much. Anyways. Combat stances describe the attitude of the player hero during a round, from boldest to cautious. There are 3 close combat stances. Forward, open, defensive. Oh, and there is a ranged combat stance. Rearward. Okay. So basically, you've got 4 zones that the PC can choose to be in. You could be all the way forward, right? You can be a little bit back and be open. You could be back behind that and be more defensive, or you can be all the way in back and be in the rear. The first 3 stances allow us to exchange blow in the thick of the fight using close combat weapons, while the rearward stance is the only one which allows a hero to continue to make range attacks after the opening volley. Okay, so basically, and I'm going to guess, as long as you have a front line of people who can fight, you can continue to shoot. But if you don't have any of that people, you can't continue to shoot. So, there we go. Heroes can freely assume any of the close combat stances at the start of the round, while the ranged combat stance can only be selected if a number of requirements are met. Okay. Certain circumstances may result in the lore master allowing more player heroes to assume a rearward stance than would normally be allowed. For example, if the company is fighting on a narrow ledge, a mountain path, or other similar features which might make range attack easier. The same reasoning applies to a situation where the company outnumbers the opposition by at least 2 adventurers to 1. All right, forward stance. You seek to exploit any opportunity to attack to point of exposing yourself to retaliation. Your attacks gain +1 die, but all attacks gained against you gain +1 die. So this is the reckless attack. You are charging forward. You're going to hit more often, but anybody attacking you gets a bonus. Combat task, intimidate foe. Not sure what that means, but I'm sure we'll read about it. Open stance. You fight without sparing yourself. You give proper attention to your enemies and things. So no advantage, no disadvantage. This is the normal combat, right? So this is the aggressive attack. This is the defensive attack. This is the normal attack. Defensive stance. You fight conservatively. You lose a die, but your attack rolls lose a die for each opponent engaging you. So everyone shooting you or everyone aiming at you loses dice. You lose 1 die for each opponent who you're engaged with. So you could potentially lose 2 or 3, and you gain protect companion. And then lastly, range combat, the rearward stance. You stay away from the press of combat to fighting to attack your foes. You can attack your adversaries using only ranged weapons, and you can only be targeted by attackers with similar weapons. Player heroes are allowed to assume a rearward. That's a hard word to say. Rearward stance only if the total number of enemies isn't more than twice the number of adventurers in the company. Furthermore, for each player hero in rearward, there must be 2 other adventurers fighting in close combat stances. Okay, so let's break this up. If you're outnumbered 2-1, nobody can be using their missile weapons. Okay? So if you're outnumbered 2-1, you can't use any of it. And then even if you aren't outnumbered 2-1, for every person in rearward, you need 2 people in the front line. So if you want to have 2 people in rearward, you need 4 people in the close combat zones. So I like that. That's very thematic. Okay, here comes 12 orcs or 20 orcs or some crazy number, right? Like you're like, okay, no one's getting a bow attack off. The enemies are everywhere. Because obviously this is not grid based, right? So this is this kind of semi-tactical fighting. It's kind of zone based. It's very abstract, but there's still some decision making to occur, which I like. Once all players have determined their stance, all combatants fighting in close combat must engage 1 or more opponents. Player heroes in rearward cannot be engaged. Using miniatures or tokens can speed this process up a lot. As shown in the following paragraphs, how this plays out depends on the number of enemies compared to the total number of players in the combat company. Since characters from either side can be killed, knocked out, or forced to leave, altering the odds, the engagement process will change from round to round. Do we get like a description of this? There's no like diagram. Oh, all right. Minus points for no diagram. All right. If there are more enemies than heroes, when a round sees more enemies than heroes, engagement is handled by the lore master as follows. The lore master assigns 1 opponent to each unengaged hero fighting in close combat stance. Then, for each remaining foe, the lore master chooses between engaging a player hero in close combat who is already engaged or standing back, possibly to attack using a ranged weapon. Enemies who stand back to use a ranged weapon may attack any hero involved in the fight. Okay, so if you have more enemies, you can match them all up, and then they can either engage any hero in close combat who's already engaged. So you have to engage 1 for 1 first. So you have to engage everybody, and then you can't double up on somebody until everybody has at least 1 that's in close combat. And only then and only then can you shoot with a bow if you do have 1. And you can't base up people in the rearward position. All right, if there are more heroes than enemies or sides equally matched, then and by the way, the lore master picks the engagement here. However, if the players equal or outnumber the enemies, then the players, choose an unengaged adversary to face from among those introduced as eligible targets. If there are not enough free enemies to engage, player heroes left without an adversary may engage an enemy already engaged by another hero. So again, you have to pick them up 1 for 1 until everyone's engaged, and only then can you double up. However, you get to pick the engagements. If one or more of the company is fighting in rearward, it is possible that there will be enemies left when everyone fighting in close combat has engaged an adversary. If this happens, the lore master chooses whether the spare enemies will engage with a player hero who is already fighting in close combat stance or stand back to attack with ranged weapons. Okay. There's also an engagement limit. Player heroes can be engaged in close combat by up to 3 human-sized creatures or 2 large creatures such as trolls. You know, if anybody's familiar with the Lord of the Rings strategic miniature game, this is very similar, by Games Workshop, this is very similar to the way you pair off combats in that game. In that game, combats are never paired up like 2v2 or 3v2. It's always paired off so that one side has one person. So like if you had like 5 orcs charge 3 Gondorian spearmen, right? Who the 3 Gondorian spearmen were like standing next to each other, and the 5 orcs come in base to base. When you go to combat, you would split them up a little bit so that each Gondorian spearman was fighting 2 orcs, and then one of them would be fighting 1 orc. So you split them up in the way that you never actually end up with like 2-on-2 or 2-on-3. Anyways, it's really interesting. I wonder if that's, and I love it. It's one of my favorite skirmish games of all times. It's fantastic rules, honestly. Then we resolve our actions. All members of the company go first, and then after every player is done, the lore master resolve the actions of all the adversaries in the fight. When it's the company's turn to act, all players resolve their actions in stance order. Forward goes first, all the way through rearward. They must choose one main action for their character to perform and one secondary action, either before or after the main one. A main action is your standard action. It's like an attack roll or to complete a combat task, as described on page 102. Secondary actions are faster, simpler, or tasks that can be accomplished while focusing on something else. Examples of main actions other than attacking or performing a combat task include recovering your position after a knockback, recovering your weapon, helm, or shield that was dropped, carrying a comrade to safety, moving across the battlefield. Secondary actions include advancing or retreating, trying to locate someone on the battlefield, drawing a weapon or helm, or removing a helm, or dropping a shield or weapon. Okay. When it is the enemy's turn to act, the lore master chooses their actions, again in stance order, using the stance of the heroes that they're attacking. The actions of enemies who stood back unengaged are resolved last. In general terms, adversaries may perform a main action and a secondary action, just like player heroes' characters do. Often the lore master will opt to have them simply take one main action just to speed up gameplay. The description of an adversary and their special abilities in particular should guide the lore master in making tactical choices. But how much can be derived from the context of the adventure itself? What is the enemy trying to do? Are they trying to protect a place? Are they looking for something or someone? Having the sketch of a plan in mind can provide the lore master with many helpful twists to make the combat exciting and fun. To take just one example from the stories, when the Fellowship was assaulted at Parthgalen, the Uruk-hai's goal was to capture the hobbits, not simply end a bitter battle. Player heroes attack their enemies as a main action. They may attack in close combat in forward, open, or defensive on ranged weapons with rearward. Adversaries make close combat attacks if they are engaged in close combat stance. An attack roll is made using the combat proficiency corresponding to the weapon used. As seen on page 65, the difficulty of all attack rolls is based off of a character's strength TN. And again, we can see all your combat proficiencies fall under the strength attribute, right? So this is just a really nice character sheet. Just saying. Modified by the parry rating of the target enemy. The difficulty of all attack rolls made by adversaries against the player heroes are equal to the target's hero's parry score instead. A successful attack roll inflicts damage on its target in the form of an endurance loss based on the weapon used, and may also inflict special damage based off of the quality of success of the roll. Finally, attacks may cause a long-lasting injuries if a piercing blow is scored. Okay. Right. We know that parry is here from your wits. And we also know that parry can be modified by your shield. So in other words, the DC that monsters make is your parry score. Whereas your DC is your strength modifier, but it's modified based off of the enemy. And Shadram's saying it's like +1 or something. Let's just take a look here. We'll skip ahead. Let's go take a look at a orc. That's a great orc chief. Okay. Here we go. An orc soldier. So he's got parry +1. So that means that when you make a parry roll, the player is adding +1 to their roll, making them more likely to fail. I would understand that. And then, is that right? Maybe I don't fully understand that. Yeah. Okay. So if your TN is usually 15, it's then 16. Oh, that's to hit. That's to hit. Right. So they're harder to hit. Yeah, got it. Okay. And then when they attack us, they use our parry rating. Got it. Parry's your AC. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I mean that seems fine to me. The monster getting the parry modifier, is a little, it's a little kludgy. like we haven't had to deal with +1s in this game yet, so that's not we'll see. I'd have to play it out a bit to see if that feels kludgy or not, but something about that just doesn't strike me as being super elegant, just because it's used very differently between the two types, and that's okay, but it's a little strange. That's all. I'm okay that the enemies don't use the same rules as us, but okay. If we're hit, they suffer an immediate loss of endurance equal to the damage rating of the weapon used. And we saw the damage ratings could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Players who see their endurance decrease to match or go below their load score become weary. If they go to 0, they go unconscious instead. Adversaries normally do not become weary, but they are just instead eliminated when they get to 0. Sometimes an attack is so powerful that the fighter prefers to roll with the punches and reduce the force of the blow by giving ground. Once each round, player characters can halve the endurance loss caused by a successful attack, rounding fractions up by choosing to be knocked back. They will spend their next main action recovering their fighting position. So in other words, and just so it doesn't get more complicated, foes can't be knocked back. This is reminding me more and more of the Lord of the Rings strategic battle game. Special damage. They say that the combatants that strike the first blow, if they strike it hard enough, don't need to strike anymore. If a successful attack produces one or more of the success icons, they can trigger one or more special results based off of the type of weapon that you're using. Multiple success items can trigger multiple different results or the same one multiple times. If you're using a heavy blow, any weapon can use heavy blow. For each one success icon, you can cause an additional loss of endurance equal to your strength rating. Whoa. if you hit your opponent with great force precision, spend 1 success icon to inflict to your adversary an additional loss of endurance equal to your strength rating. Isn't that like 5 or 6 points? That's a lot. That's huge. That's a huge amount. And you can do this multiple times? Yeesh. I'm assuming that the enemy can do this too, right? That's huge. I mean, obviously, if an enemy goes all in on a heavy blow, right, and you can choose to then, that might be where you choose to give ground, right, where you choose to be knocked back, you know, because it halves the endurance. Obviously, the enemy can't choose to do that, but as a player, you know, if the orc comes in with like some orc battle axe and he's like, okay, it's 5 damage and my strength rating's 5. I mean, we can go back to our orc here. Where you at, boy? I'm assuming, though, the enemies could do this, right? Like, if we look at this orc soldier, he's using a scimitar, and he's rolling 3 dice, right? He's rolling 3 d6 when he attacks us. So he's rolling a d12 plus 3d6. Am I correct? He's rolling a d12 plus 3d6, and he has to hit our parry rating. And so I'm not saying it's like super likely, but you know, if you get 2 6s on those 3d6, you know, he doesn't have a strength rating. Is this what his might is? He doesn't. So maybe it's not as bad against monsters. Okay, because I was thinking, like, couldn't you take like 18 damage? Right. I'm saying, okay, might's the number of actions they can take. Okay, so does that mean that an enemy can't do mighty blow? Or heavy blow? Because if they don't have a strength rating, the enemy adds their attribute level for each mighty blow. Oh, okay. Is that some special rule of monsters or something? Got it. Here we go. Attribute level. This single value replaces the 3 attributes to describe player heroes and can be used to gauge the threat level. In combat, this numerical rating is applied as a modifier to several mechanics. For example, a number of special damage opportunities and fell abilities. So going back to our orcs, they our typical orc soldier here, his attribute level is 3. Now, help me out here, people. So a scimitar does 3 damage. So if he were to hit with double 6s, he would do an additional 3 and 3. So he would do 9 damage instead. Now, keep in mind, this is a basic orc. I'm not expecting like a ton out of him. Like our orc chieftain, it's going to do 3 damage plus 5 and do 13 damage. I mean, that's kind of exciting. Like it's not going to happen often, but man, when it does, it's pretty cool. But I also like that as a player character, you can basically choose. It's kind of like dodging in Dragonbane, where if the enemy goes first, but you can do this even if you went, you can choose to be like, okay, let's say the orc chieftain rolls the godliest roll of all time. Okay, the orc chieftain rolls 3d6 and rolls 6, 6, 6. And the GM goes, mighty blow, fell, whatever it's called, mighty blow, fell blow, heavy blow, heavy blow, heavy blow. And he goes, I'm going to do 5 plus 5 plus 5, 15 plus my base damage of 3. I'm going to do 18 damage. You could go, look, you just hit the jackpot, right? You just hit the 1 in whatever it is, 1 in 216 or whatever chance. I'm going to fall back. I'm going to knock back. I'm going to do, you got your 18, but I'm only going to take half of that. I'm only going to take 9. And I'm going to fall back, and I will lose my next turn. Basically, I accept that I'm basically going to be stunned next turn, because of your godlike roll. But I love that even in that moment of utter desperation, as a player, you have a choice. You know, there's that idea of falling back. And be honest with you, I love this because this is the one thing that I've always wanted to do. Ever since I read about this in Hackmaster. Hackmaster 5th edition has a rule that basically you can give ground. And if you have ground to give, it's a lot easier to be defensive, and you don't have to take as much damage. And that's why getting boxed in or having your back against the wall or not having a place to kind of retreat to, not necessarily like flee, but just to give ground, is very dangerous. And this is true in the Lord of the Rings strategic battle game, but it's also true in Hackmaster 5th edition. And I've always really liked that idea, and I've just never really had a good way to describe it. So I do kind of really like this ability. Anyways, but again, maybe on the Patreon, if we have time later, not tonight probably, but if we have time later, we can talk about like what Hackmaster 5th edition does and what we do with Hackmaster 5th edition and Lord of the Rings strategic battle game and how they handle this type of thing. Okay. Okay, back to combat. Back to resolving attacks. All right. So we could do a heavy blow. We can fend off if we have any close combat weapon. You exploit your successful attack to place yourself in an advantageous position. Spend a success icon to modify your parry rating for the round by +1 if you're using axes or brawling, +2 if you're using swords, or fucking +3 if you're using spears. That's sick. So we already know that shields add to your parry rating. So if you have a spear, you're going to be able to add 3 points to your parry rating, making a spear and shield an extremely defensive position, which makes total sense. All right, pierce, only available to spears, swords, and bows. You hit a less protected part of the adversary's body. Spend a success icon to modify the feat die's numerical result of your attack by +1 if using a sword, +2 if using bows, or +3 if using spears, up to a maximum of 10. So this actually modifies the D12 roll. Right? It actually modifies the D12 roll. And again, spears, the best weapon. So have we ever seen this before? Have we ever seen a role-playing game where like spear and shield is like godlike and like spears are actually like the best weapon? All right. By the way, it does note that you can get up to a maximum of 10, which is of course the highest result, thus possibly triggering a piercing blow. Or you could use a shield thrust. You can bash people with your shield, pushing them back. If your strength is greater than their attribute level, which remember is like their strength, you can spend a success icon and push them back. They are inflicted a penalty, losing 1 die for the length of the round. Losing 1 die for the length of the round. Okay, so push everybody up. Piercing blows. Here we go. During combat, fighters can see their stamina being slowly whittled away as exhaustion and blows suffered take their toll, aka you're losing endurance. Or they can be suddenly and unexpectedly cut down by a vicious stroke that penetrates through their protective equipment and draws blood. In addition to causing the loss of endurance points, any successful attack may inflict a piercing blow. And an attack produces a piercing blow on a roll of a 10 or a Gandalf rune on the D12. So that's 2 rolls out of 12. That is 16% of all attack rolls. It's 1 in 6. Characters hit by a piercing blow must immediately roll a feat die, the D12, plus a number of success dice equal to the protection value of their armor war. So now we get to see where armor does. Armor doesn't help you against losing endurance. Okay? Armor helps you when the blow would pierce through. The protection test is made before any wariness would set in. The target number rating for this roll is equal to the injury rating of the weapon used by the attacker. Okay, so this is getting a little simulationist-y here, because we saw these before when we looked at the war gear ratings, the weapons ratings, right? So if we look at our weapons, yeah, so this is unexpectedly crunchy, but it is there. Where did we see the weapons? Here we go. Okay, so we can see here that the target number to inflict a injury, right? The number that you have to beat with, say, a great axe is 20, which makes sense. That's a crunching number. Where, and by the way, an axe is 18. But also notice a spear and a sword are still pretty good here at 14 and 16. But a cudgel is 12, right? You're not going to do too much like serious. I mean, you might knock somebody out, but you're not going to like split them out, split them open. So that's the target number that you have to beat. All right. Now we could see here that if I'm wearing a helm and a coat of mail, I'm going to be rolling 5d6 plus the roll of a feat die, which is a d12. So I'm rolling a d12 plus 5d6, and I have to beat, a 14 or a 16. So that's pretty, that's pretty easy to do. So armor is pretty great at keeping you alive from, deadly blows, turns out. Which is cool. Obviously, if we don't have good armor, that's a whole separate problem. Okay, any case, if we fail, then we received a wound, a life-threatening blow. And we're just here. Most adversaries are killed outright when wounded. So that's a great rule. Hey, you know what? If you wound the enemy, we're not tracking their hit points anymore. We're not tracking their wound. You stab them through the heart. You cut their head off. You end their life. And it's a nice way to put that little touch on there, which is great. Player heroes, on the other hand, can resist being wounded once without serious consequences. But there's a lot of torchbearer here. There's a lot of torchbearer here. So in torchbearer, if you cannot be killed in torchbearer, but once you become injured, if you would be injured again, then you can die. So that's really interesting. So you can resist being wounded once without serious consequences, but risk your lives if injured a second time. When player heroes are wounded for the first time, they immediately check the wounded box on their character sheet and then proceed to roll on the wound severity table using a d12 to determine the extent of their injury. As seen under resting, player heroes whose wounded box is checked recover endurance slowly. Remember, everybody else, full night's rest gets all their endurance back. If you're wounded, you only get your strength attribute back. And we can see here, this is our wounded checkbox. A second wound is not recorded on the character sheet, and the severity roll is skipped because it's probably really bad. Player heroes who may reduce the severity of their injury with a healing roll. Player heroes who are not unconscious may attempt this roll themselves. A successful healing roll reduces the severity of an injury by 1 day plus 1 day for each T icon scored to a minimum of 1 day. Each hero can be administered a successful first aid only once. If it fails, it cannot be repeated until at least a die lasts. Heroes are considered to be dying if they are wounded twice, or if they roll the Eye of Sauron on that initial wound severity roll. Dying heroes must receive a successful healing roll within at least an hour, or they will die. If the roll is a success, your life has been saved, and you come back to your senses in about an hour at 1 endurance. If wounded, heroes must add 10 days to the time required for their injury to mend. Finally, this injury always leaves a permanent mark: scar, a limp, a missing finger. We also have rules for, so here's our roll. On a Gandalf rune, so when you get wounded, you roll this. On a Gandalf rune, it wasn't that bad. right? You just got the wind knocked out of you, basically. No lasting damage. At the end of the combat, after a few hours, you remove the wounded checkbox. No reason. Anything else between 1 to 10, that's how many days it will take to mend. And we can track that right here. So wounded, 8. And then you can obviously try to heal it each day with first aid and bring it down. On the other hand, if we roll the Eye of Sauron, we have a grievous injury. We are immediately knocked unconscious and are dying, as also happens if we get wounded again while wounded. Yeah, okay. We also saw that the different stances you did give you access to different combat tasks. So if you're all the way forward, charging in, you can also, instead of attacking, you can intimidate foes, causing them to waver or break or flee. And instead of making a combat round, you make an awe roll. So that's your skill under the strength rating, right? Awe. Awe. On a successful roll, the enemy's morale has been shaken, and all opponents with might 1, which is basically probably most of your mooks and minions, are made weary for the length of the round. If the roll produces a single success icon, the Tengwar icon, then all adversaries with might 2 are penalized. And if it produces 2 success icons or more, it applies to everyone in the fight. Okay. So it's kind of your demoralize, right? But it's like everybody. So it's like a battle shout, right? You're just like, ah. If you're in the middle, if you can open stance, you can rally. And this uses enhearten. Hey, look, we're going across here. This uses enhearten. Only one player hero may choose to rally comrades in any given round. You make an enhearten roll as your action for the round. On a successful roll, all members of the company fighting in the forward stance gain 1 die to their attack rolls in the following round. If the roll produces a single success icon, then all those fighting in open stance get the bonus. And if you get 2 or more, it's applied to everyone in close combat. So this is the buff our allies. Yes, for people who don't remember, weary is the one that makes us drop, that makes them drop any 1s, 2s, and 3s on their D6s. And lastly, oh, never mind. They broke the symmetry. If we're in the back, we can assume a defensive stance, and then we make an athletics roll. Look at that. We were coming right across. Awe and hearten, persuade. I guess it didn't make any sense. So we go back to athletics. Instead of attacking, we make an athletics roll. The next attack aimed at the protected hero loses 1 dice, plus another 1 dice for each successful icon that you rolled. This doesn't seem as cool. I would just like this to be more effective than it is, I guess. Something like the enemy can't put, I don't know, like maybe the enemy can't put people on, like they can't stack people onto that target until like you have like at least 2 on you or something, or 3. I don't know, something like that. I would rather have something like that than this. I also hate the idea that like there's a roll involved here. I just feel like this shouldn't be a roll. Like if I'm giving up my action so that like, I can debuff one. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's good for debuffing your glass can. I mean, I guess, I don't know. It's one of those things where I have to play more, but like giving up your attack to do this, I feel like it, shouldn't be necessarily up to chance, especially when it's defensive. You don't want people to feel bad for this. And then if you're in the rear, instead of shooting, you can make a scan roll. So we finally go over to wits, but it's down here. And next round, we get a bonus attack roll. So basically, we spend our time lining up our shot, and we skip our action to shoot. I wonder how often it's worth it how often is it worth it to get more dice rather than just shooting twice? Fly, you fools! Player heroes fighting insurmountable odds and intending to leave the fight have 2 options. They can first assume a rearward stance and then choose to escape when their turn comes. No roll is required to do so. The same applies to adversaries who've chosen to stand back. So anybody in the rear can flee for free. Otherwise, if you're in a defensive stance, roll for their attack normally. And if their attack is a success, they do not inflict any damage, but instead manage to leave the battlefield instead. If the attack roll fails, you remain engaged. I actually kind of like that fleeing rule. I mean, it's not as simple as like your whole side gets away. But I like the idea that people in the rear can flee, and then you need people in the front line, and then they can have to be in a defense. So you already have to. You can't flee when you're in the front charging forward. But if you've already fallen back to defensive, then, you know, you can change. So I like that. So that's pretty cool. So what do I think about combat? That's a great question. Well, I mean, it seems like it's somewhat tactical without really being like overly tactical. I mean, you're mostly basically deciding, you know, do I want to get a bonus to hit to give everybody else a bonus against me versus do I want to charge, you know, do I want to give myself a penalty, but then give all the enemies that are attacking me a penalty? And so there's some sort of like numerical advantage there. It doesn't really make much sense for me to charge forward. But then again, I can't be surrounded unless, right? Because I think the rules say that you have to put one on each PC, and then you can start putting more onto PCs. But at that point, you could stack them all up to the stacking limits, which is only 3, right? Didn't we see that? 3? So what I'm saying is, like, do I need a whiteboard here? Let me see. Maybe I just go to scallop draw. Hold a sec. Yeah, I mean, I want it to be fast, and I want it, you know, yeah, I want it to be fast for sure. So like, if we have a, right, like, so if we have, right, if we have a PC here and we have one here and we have one here, and then we've got what? So we've got forward, open, defensive, and then rearward, rearward, right? So we got I also feel like this is great for like a, you know, like a Miro or like a real simple type thing. Okay, so we've got 4 PCs. So one of them falls back to shoot their bow. And so this person says, you know, I'm going to charge forward and I'm going to, you know, do the crazy thing. Well, the thing is because of the stacking limits, let's say there's a, you know, let's say there's 6 orcs. The way that it works, right, we have to go 1, 2, 3. And now I have 3 more. Now that everybody has been engaged, I could choose to have some of these hold back, and then they could use their ranged weapons, and they could shoot anybody they want, including this person all the way in the back. Or, you know, maybe they don't have ranged weapons. So I could stack up on this forward person, right, because they have a -1 die to their... I can basically get a +1 die to attack them. But the stacking limits here are capped at 3. I can't put a 4th person onto this person. So, I mean, presumably I would do something like that, right? Which is, you know, it's kind of weird. You went to be defensive and, you know, but again, it depends on the play of it, right? And this kind of makes sense. The person who charged forward ends up getting surrounded. I mean, why wouldn't I surround this person? Not only mechanically do I have an incentive to engage on them, but also, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? But also, they're literally charging forward into the enemy, right into their midst. It would be kind of weird if the defensive person had 3 people on them, and the person who charged forward is only fighting 1 person, you know? But the downside of this is, well, I guess I can only make 1 attack, so I'm assuming I can only make 1 attack. Maybe there's some sort of special bonus that lets me make multiple attacks, but to the best of my knowledge, there isn't. But I mean, I find this to be, you know, I mean, yeah, it depends. You're right. It depends on what the orcs want, right? Like if this defensive PC is the Hobbit that they're trying to capture, right? You might go, okay, well, I have to put 1 onto everybody. So I'm obviously going to put 1 onto the Hobbit, and then I have to put 1 onto the open guy, and then I'm going to put 1 onto the forward guy, and then I'm going to put 3 more onto the Hobbit that I'm trying to capture, and then I'll put 1 more onto the forward guy because I want to finish him off. So. Yeah, Shadra says defensive in round 1 wouldn't really happen. The forward person would probably want to go defensive in round 2. You don't change who you're engaging each round. Oh, did I miss that entirely? I mean, obviously, I'm kind of quickly reading through these rules here, but... But it says here, it says, as shown in the following, how this plays out depends on the number of enemies compared to the total number of players. Since characters from either side can be killed, knocked out, or forced to leave the fight, altering the odds, the engagement process is likely to change from round to round. And according to this, you repeat this step every round. Right? So you first choose a stance, then you get paired up, then we resolve actions. So it says, during a combat round, it may happen that a hero who was previously engaged in close combat finds themselves unengaged when their turn to act comes. For example, their main adversary has been killed by another player hero's attack, or the enemy escaped from the field of battle. When this happens, the hero is free to choose any adversary to attack in close combat from those available, engage or unengage. So keep in mind the engagement limits. So, I mean, I guess this is a thing. I don't know if this is just saying, like, if you were engaged with one person and then they die, then it doesn't, but like, okay, for example, let's say, let me go back. So, like, let's say there's like only two, right? And so, like, I go, PC goes, I'm going to engage this guy. And then this PC goes, well, I'm going to engage that guy. And then this PC says, well, I'm going to engage that guy too. Right? And so let's say this PC goes first and kills this person. Then this person can come over here. Page 96. Okay. Page 96. What page are we on here? We're on page 97. Your PDF is different to my book. Interesting. Okay, well. Well, it doesn't say that here. Let me see. Is that literally the line? Engaged combatants. Yeah. The phrase engaged combatants doesn't even appear in this. I don't know. I'm curious. Now, I will say, Shadram. So mine is, I don't know what version of this is. I mean, mine's copyright 2024. And this obviously was printed in 2022. You put something in Discord. Okay. Did you tag me in it? Well, Shadram, I mean, if you put it in the Discord, I don't know where that is. There's a lot of stuff in Discord. Okay, I found it. All right. Engaged combatants remain in such until their opponent is defeated or until they leave the combat. It's definitely in the book. Interesting. So, yeah. That is what that says in your book. Engaged combatants remain as such until their opposition is defeated or until they leave combat. But if I look for that word in my PDF, I do not get that. Yeah, it's sideways. I understand. Huh. Well. Now I'm just kind of generically interested. What happened here? Let's see here. Okay. It's funny that I have to go to Reddit in order to find the stuff on the Free League's website, because the Free League website is shit. Here we go. Core rules errata. Let's take a look. All right, I'm downloading this, and it should pop up in our PDF. Here we go. The One Ring. Why did that disappear? All right, there we go. The One Ring errata. Apparently, we're back to book view. Okay, cool. Elven Friend, Memory of Ancient Days. Here we go. The following paragraph is removed. Here we go. Engaged combatants remain as such until their opponent's position is defeated or until they leave combat. This means that player heroes can now ignore engagement, but not other limitations when selecting their combat stance, including rearward, at the start of each round. So the answer was good old errata. So that's our answer, folks. There we go. I mean, yes, I mean, Beowulf, I think the answer is exactly that, to keep it dynamic, to let the heroes be able to fall back in defensive positions and chase, forward. Plus, I mean, yeah, I know, erratas sucks. I mean, it's one of those things like you're damned if you do or you're damned if you don't. I mean, obviously, get it right perfectly the first time. But at the same time, I mean, I also, by the way, this is something that Emmanuel Galetto from Fabula Ultima does amazingly well, is when he releases his errata, or when they release their what do they call it, their variants, they always include a little bit of a blurb about why they're doing this. So it seems to me unconscionable that you should release something like this and not include a sidebar or a blurb that says why you made this change, so that people can understand the impact and what they were trying to do. So I mean, so yes, but like, if you make that, my $45 was well spent to find out that the rules have changed. So, I mean, yeah, my assumption, well, 'cause there's a couple assumptions here. One, if you have to remain engaged, but you can change your stance, what does that even mean? Like, if I'm still fighting the same orc, how do I move from defensive to forward, right? That doesn't really feel like that makes much sense, So, like, for me, moving round one from defensive stance to round two forward stance feels like I'm, spinning away from the guy in the backward, and I'm charging forward into the upcoming line of Uruk-hai, right? I mean, I understand that stance is a little bit more of a I see. You saw it more as a lowering your guard to hit harder rather than change location. But I think the main answer is, as Beowulf suggested, it just allows the combat to be less static and less dynamic. Instead of just getting locked in and fighting the same opponents over and over again, you can change and adjust different. So stance is different than formation. Stance would be style. All right, fair enough. I mean, the fact that they call it rearward and forward, though, right? Like, open and defensive, fine. I could get where that's a style. But forward and rearward are very clearly a location, is a formation. Can we agree on that? So I think it open and defensive, I'll grant you, So, well, it's interesting, Shadram, that you got to play it, the pre-errata version, and now potentially might play it post-errata to see if you like which one you like better, but I could see this, right? It's like the way you describe it. It's like an old 3rd edition, right? Slugfest, where everyone wanted to take full actions so that they can make all their attacks. So once you closed into melee in 3rd edition, you would just sit there and just go chomp, 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 chomp until somebody was dead, because nobody wanted to move, because then you would lose all your BAB attacks. So I think Beowulf is right. I think this just makes it in things. So there's actually 5 pages of errata. And this is for the first and second printings of the One Ring core rules. All right, moment of truth. I have no idea what printing this is. I wouldn't say what printing this is. Anyways, all right. I don't know what printing I have. Dang. All right. Anyways, what else do we have here? They updated some of these abilities. Yeah, I mean, GW errata was just horrible. Oh, there you go. So remember how I said protect companions requires an athletics roll? Well, apparently, I guess it was originally a battle roll. Yeah. Beowulf, yes. Aggressive, balanced, defensive, retreating, ranged. I agree. That could also work. Also, Beowulf, I wouldn't mind aggressive, balanced, defensive, and then literally call the range thing rearward, because the rearward has a limitation, right? You can only be in the rear if you have enough PCs that are in the front. So to me, rear literally is a formation thing. You are behind the line of your front line. The front line is that close combat zone, and then it's just a question of what kind of stance are you in? Are you in an aggressive stance, a balanced stance, or defensive stance? So I would keep rearward, but I might change rearward just because I would just call it rear, because rearward is fucking hard to say. So it's almost like you would have the rear and the forward, and then the forward are the people who make close combat, and the rear are the people who make ranged combat. And within forward, you pick a stance: aggressive, balanced, or defensive. But whatever. I mean, we're picking over minor things here. But anyways, so yeah, apparently my PDF has all the. In fact, actually, I could see this now in the title box of my PDF. It says way up here. It says 3rd printing. So I do have the 3rd printing of in my PDF here, and that would explain it. Imagine if you had 3-4 shooters. Their opening volley would be great, but the subsequent phase would be a lot tougher. And it's funny because there was all this meta around the Warhammer battle game about how many shooters you should, like, there was a restriction on how many archers you could have in the Lord of the Rings strategic battle game. Basically, you couldn't take an all archer army because it was like, yeah, that would not be any fun, because it would just be like everybody would shoot, and then you would either win and kill everybody, or you would then get engaged in melee and everybody would be dead. Anyways, well, we've learned something here today, which is that a major thing has changed. And I think, honestly, it's for the better. I've never played the game. In fact, when I probably played it at Gen Con a long time ago, I'm sure it was probably the way that you described it. Yeah, I think that's probably for the better for the game, for sure. That's pretty neat. All right, well, we covered combat, and I guess my thought here is, I don't know. I think I like it. I mean, I think that this, for me, especially when you include all the other little, minor things that exist in the game, the little modifications of your bonuses to hit and what the score is and stuff like that. I think being able to, let's say, again, let's say we had a big, I don't know, let's say we had a big, a troll, and then, there was a couple, we'll make this guy, you know, these are, we want to keep it red here. These are our archers. Okay. What the hell happened there? Jesus. Archer. So we have like a couple orc or goblin archers, right? And then we've got some, you know, goblin spearmen, and then we got a big cave troll. And you're like, okay, well, you know, we've got 4 enemies, 6 enemies, 7 enemies. There's 4 of us. So they don't outnumber us by 2 to 1. So then we could have someone in rearward in that situation. And you're like, okay. So you're like, I'm going to put, you know, someone into forward and blah, blah, blah. And then like the troll, right? The counts as like 2 people. So it can only be like troll and 1 guy as opposed to like 3 people or something like that. So I don't know. I think there's like a little, and again, if you're playing like on a Miro or even like a Foundry VTT or something like that, I think just like without like grid turned on and you just had these 3 things, I think there's enough, you know, little positioning and moving back and in, you know, maybe using your different little abilities that you could actually do some pretty cool stuff here. I think, I don't know. I that's how I feel in general. Also, we saw with the combat, right? Right. When there's more enemies than heroes, the engagement is handled by the lore master. The lore master assigns 1 opponent to each unengaged player heroes in close combat. Then, for each remaining foe, the lore master chooses between engaging a player hero in close combat who is already engaged or standing back, possibly using a ranged weapon. Enemies who stand back to use a ranged weapon may attack. So that means that because I'm outnumbering the party member, the party in this fight, right? So the PCs go, well, you know, I'm going to go forward and I'm going to go open and I'm going to go defensive. I get to pick, you know, where I want to put my enemies. So I could put my troll right onto the defensive guy, or I could put somebody onto the open guy, you know, my big troll. Now, like, cause I might say, well, you know, I'd rather the forward guy get a bunch of people so I get bonus to attack. So I'm actually going to put my troll against the open guy. I'm going to put 1 goblin against a defensive guy because I have to. And then I'm going to put 1 guy into the forward. So now I've engaged everyone in close combat. I can't engage everyone at the rearward. So now I've got 4 people left. I'm going to leave my 2 archers unengaged so they can shoot whoever they want. And then because of stacking limits, I'm going to do this. I'm going to put 3 on the forward, which is the maximum stacking limit. So I have 3 people who are getting the maximum bonus to dice. I've minimized the number of people that are attacking in defensive and getting a penalty. And my troll is attacking with no bonus or no penalty. So it's like, no, I mean, I've been strategically outplayed here. And because of this, a party that chose this stance would actually be in a really kind of bad situation. They probably should have all chosen defensive stance, because then sure, you know, this way the goblins or whatever they're fighting have to be paired up all in defensive stance and all get that penalty to attack roll. Sure, the archers are still going to be able to arch, but then if we can, because we're heroes and we're awesome, we're, you know, badasses, if we can kill off 2 of them, okay, well now we're still outnumbered, but at least we're getting, you know, better rate of odds. But additionally, let's bring back our situation, right? Okay, so let's say we kill 1 of them, okay, because right, this was what we had, because we all went defensive, and there was 4 of these guys. So we're like this, 2, 2, 1, and then we have 2 archers in the back, and then we kill 1 of them, right? I'm sorry, we kill 2 of them. Well, now, next turn, they're still going to get to pile on first. Well, this PC is feeling very bold, so they move to open. But but our PC in rearward puts away their bow, draws their knife, and moves into defensive. Why do they do this? Because now, check this out. Now, the troll comes to attack this guy. This guy comes to attack this guy. This guy comes to attack this guy. And we have one of their archers has to come into melee. Their archer can't stand back and arch anymore. You know? So we have sucked in one of their archers by moving our PC from the rear into a defensive stance. We've essentially drawn off one of their archers. And then if we can manage to kill 1 more of these people, now we can maybe start to really push more into an open stance or even a forward stance, because now it's tied. We get to decide the assignments. So we're going to put the big troll on our big power guy, In fact, actually, we're gonna tank up the troll. We're gonna tank our tankiest character. We're gonna put him in defense. We're gonna leave everybody, and we're gonna put another character. We're gonna put our archer in open, and we're gonna put 2 characters in forward. Then we're gonna move the troll onto the defensive character so that the troll's attack is blunted. We're gonna move the archer onto our archer because they're the weakest meleeers, and we'd rather have this. And then we'll assign an archer and this to our PC, or we can move our archer PC here, assign the melee to our character and the archer, and put the 2 archers against our 2 melee PCs who are getting a bonus to attack. I don't know. That seems like a lot of strategy to me. I mean, like there's more going on here, I think, than maybe people are assuming could happen. And that's all, by the way, you're assuming all the PCs can fight. Sure. I mean, again, combats aren't like the super most rare. I mean, yeah, you're going to have a time with, I mean, to be clear, George, in Lord of the Rings, the hobbits all fight. You know, I mean, all the PCs are fighting. Gandalf, the old man, technically Maiar, is fighting. Sam is fighting in the Balin's tomb. They draw daggers and they charge, you know, at the Battle of Amon Hen, right? At Parth Galen, they're throwing stones. They're fighting. When they, you know, about the only fight that they don't really fight is, now granted, look, I get it. Not every character is going to be the most proficient character of fighting of all time, but the game does say to expect at least one combat, you know, at least once combat every other session. That's a minimum. I'm not saying you should ever be in a situation where you're going to be fighting 2 or 3 times a session. I think that would be too much. And I also think that would be too much. I don't think your character could sustain it. I think it would be too much, you know, grinding you down. Phil also says all characters also start with the same number of combat proficiencies. That's also true. I mean, you could obviously you get 10 experience points at the beginning of the game to put wherever you want, but you know, sure. Like if we look, like, okay, I'm a scholar, right? That's going to be my calling. I'm a scholar. Okay. But I'm a dwarf of Durin's folk. Well, guess what? I start with 2 ranks in axes. So, yeah, sure. My calling is scholar, but that doesn't affect the fact. And yes, I don't get to pick one of my axe skills as being favored, but that's okay. I mean, that's just if I want to spend hope. In fact, actually, look at champion. Champion doesn't get to pick a combat skill as being favored. It's athletic, awe, and hunting. So yeah, you know, in that respect, it doesn't really make a difference. And then when we spend our experience points, if I wanted to take my 2 to 3, which is true for anybody in the game, that's 6 of the 10 points that you even have. So I don't think many people, unless you really want to double down on your combative capabilities, are going to spend 6 of their initial 10 points taking their 2 to a 3. That means that our dwarf scholar is probably as good as anybody else in melee, or with their weapon, I should say. Now, that'll obviously change as the game goes on. I'm not saying there's going to be distinctions. Clearly, there's going to probably be characters that are better at counsel than there are, you know, that are better journeying and counseling and things. But I would also argue that the 3 phases of the adventuring game, the scenes, okay, of the adventuring phase are combat, counsel, and journey. And while there's something to be said about specializing in one of those, you know, at the same time, you know, I think your characters are probably better off if they can all sort of hold their own, you know, end, you know. And yeah, obviously, like anything, you're gonna be able to specialize your character and build into things. And I mean, there are people who are like, no, I only want to be good at one part of the game, and I want to suck in the other 2 parts of the game. That's my goal. That's what I want to achieve. Okay. Do you think the stance stuff could work in FU? I mean, it's complicated, Beowulf. I know you love to just find things that you like and stick them into one session, but my experience with that generally is it just leads to shit. But I have said that I mean, I think Fabula Ultima I think there is a already existing house rule that has the idea of the rear rank. Like in most Final Fantasy games, there's the idea of your rear rank characters, casters usually, and then your front rank characters, and the rear rank characters usually take like half damage or something like that. But it's harder for them to deal damage, or they're less accurate. And I think you could just do something like that. But I mean, ultimately, this quote unquote system that they have here is kind of, for me, like the perfect, if I don't want to just do full theater of the mind, but I also don't want to do grid-based or even like zone-based combat, like this is a pretty reasonable effort, which I like. But don't you need combat, armor, weapons, etc.? You do. That is true. However, all heroes start their adventuring career fully equipped with all the war gear they consider best suited to a life of adventure. It is represented by your weapons and armor. There doesn't seem to be a cost associated with these, so I'm assuming that I could stand something, maybe. Yeah, there's no cost on these things, so I'm assuming that my dwarf could start with, Shadram says you get one weapon for every pip that you have. Okay. Yeah, minimalist strategy, I agree. I don't know if it's perfect. I don't know if it's great, but I mean, I don't know. I think there's more. This is one of those systems, I think it's very easy to dismiss it as being like overly simple and doesn't have any depth. But I mean, in just a few seconds, if I thought what I described to me seemed pretty compelling, in terms of a combat protection. And that's not including, like I said, all of the other X factors, which are things like, which we didn't really get into here, but there's the narrative element too, right? Which is, where do we see that? Here are complications. So if you can attack from a high ground or explore a terrain feature, you gain a dice of advantage. If the defendant is stationary or whatever, no cover, you get 2 dice to attack them, right? So this is where you're also taking advantage of the narrative quality to the game, which I think is really interesting. George, I couldn't agree with you more, George. Functional is better than novel. And I think there's something to be said about interesting gameplay mechanics, but fundamentally, at the end of the day, the biggest problems that TTRPGs face, in my experience, is when the game slows down and it becomes like a grind and it becomes fictional. It's just the friction heats up, the game, and it eats into the value that you're getting out of the game. I think it's much more interesting when you can just, have some interesting choices to play and make and move on, which I think is cool. All right, well, we're not going to get super detailed into it, but I do want to cover, you guys were pretty great tonight, and you guys have offered up some great tips. So let's just very quickly at least touch on Council and Journey. We won't get to Fellowship phase, unfortunately, at all, but the Lore Master stuff. But we looked at some of the monsters, but there is some stuff going on there with the shadow and the shadow points and stuff like that, which I do think is cool. But so Council is not just like talking, right? It's like a big thing. It's like the Council of Elrond, right? Councils are social events of extraordinary importance, gatherings vital for the company's aims and goals. So these should not be adopted for every verbal exchange that you make in the game. So here's a game that is clearly mechanizing important social goals. To qualify as a council, it must be a formal gathering in which the company stands to win or lose. To achieve a goal in council, the company must achieve a number of successful rolls equal to its resistance value. To accomplish this, the participating player heroes have a limited number of attempts at their disposal, which is known as their time limits. So you set the resistance, you introduce, you interact. When the council is concluded, a final step is used to assess the consequences. See the end of the council. So first, you set the resistance, and this is a number, 3, 6, or 9, depending on whether it's reasonable, bold, or outrageous. And that's how many successes you need to get. And I'm skipping through here just to kind of get to it. Introduction. The spokesperson presents the company. The role represents the time. So your face, your bar introduces you. And so they get to make that one big important role, but what that's going to do is set how much time do you guys have to make checks. So in this case, they set that, and then everybody else is the main part of the council where they make successful rolls to match or exceed the resistance. And you can use awe, courtesy, riddling, etc. The players choose their own course of action as they see fit, but their skill rolls can be modified by the attitude of the people they encounter. To this end, the lore master chooses whether the audience of the player heroes is reluctant, open, or friendly, gaining or losing dice. You can enhearten, incite, persuade, riddle, use songs, and even give bonus dice for effective role-playing. So mechanically incentivizing people to do a good job. In fact, here we go. The players and the lore masters may ask themselves about how much impact the interaction between them should have on the final outcome of a council. Should a good die roll be considered more important than a clever decision by a player? And I know Beowulf will agree with me when they say that the right answer is to give both equal weight. As happens with any action that implies the possibility of failure, players during a council describe their conduct and then make an appropriate skill roll to evaluate the result. If the delivered speech touches topics that are relevant to the company's goals and are deemed important by the audience, then the lore master can allow the players to gain 1 die or even up to a bonus 2 dice, which is a huge number in this game, on their skill roll. And I think that's great. Play in character, that doesn't necessarily mean having to have a weird, funny voice, but, describe, be like, I talk to the elves and I bring up how if we don't stop the goblins here, then they're just going to continue to rise up. And it won't be Bree that falls. It'll be Bree and then Rivendell. And so while we might be trying to help Bree, what we're really trying to do is help everyone in Eriador. And then it's like, the GM's like, wow, that's a really good point. You know what? Gain 2 dice. That player did not speak in character. They did not use a funny voice. They did not speak in the first person. Okay. But to me, that was top quality role playing because they were associating their characters' actions within the fictional reality of the world that we're presenting. They were making rational arguments based off of established fiction and lore. They were assuming that the elves care about their, whatever. Anyways, great stuff. At the end, you succeed or you fail or you succeed with woe. So here's where we get a little bit of mixed success coming into the game. So if you score a number of successful rolls but fail to meet the resistance, you can now simply fail and be refused, or with the approval of the lore master, they can opt to achieve their goal, but now it comes at a price. And they have to give up something or agree to something. There's some sort of catch. Or a disaster. If they fail all their rolls or score a number of successful rolls but fail to match the resistance after a botched introduction, the company is now seen as a threat by the folk encountered. The player heroes may end up being imprisoned or even attacked. So Beowulf says, funny voice +1 dice, speaking in first person +1 dice, good idea +1 dice or +2, no voice -1 dice, horrible, boo this man, boo this man. I'm not playing a Beowulf's table. All right, lastly, remember, these are the 3 primary types of scenes that you're going to have. Combat scenes, journey scenes, and council scenes. Not saying that you won't have some minor, quieter times, but most of the scenes are where there's something important at stake and there's some risk to something. The sort of fluffy bullshit downtime times, that's mostly saved for fellowship rules. All right, journey. This is the last thing. We're going to kind of speed through it a little bit, but here we go. A company, and we know Lord of the Rings, there's a lot of walking. A company will end up traveling across many long leads of inhospitable and unfamiliar areas. But a journey is more than simply a means of getting to a destination. Traveling players see the world outside the borders of their own lands. Actually, Torchbearer rules frequently talk about how you're supposed to talk in table talk around the player group and discuss things out of character. And there's even a term for it in the game called table talk. Traveling players see the world outside their borders and their own lands. In short, a journey is synonymous with adventuring. Gameplay during a journey is less focused on details. Everyone should try to avoid explicitly referencing the rules and blend it into an ongoing narrative. The rules for journeys requires the use of a map of the traverse region and the collaboration between the lore master and the players. The rules detailed in this chapter are best applied using a journey log. And I'm not familiar with that. Let's see here. Here we go. Journey log. Did not see that. So this is a journey log. So when you go on a journey, you fill out the year, the season. Now this might seem very tedious. In some ways it is. However, I think the point of this game is that journeys are important. And if something's worth doing, it's worth doing. And what gets mentioned, what gets measured gets mentioned, and vice versa. And while this may seem kind of onerous, and it is kind of a certain extent, I kind of like the idea that at the end of your campaign, you will have a collection of your journeys and how the journeys were important. I could see how this could be tedious, though. But experienced players may eventually find its use unnecessary, but they may consider continuing using one anyways, as a compiled journey log works as a journal of sorts, recording the accomplishment of adventures. Okay, so that they're exactly thinking what I'm thinking. I love it. That's great. The front end papers contains the player map and represents the geographical lore of experienced adventures. That is a deeper knowledge than the possessed by the average denizen of Eriador. So basically they're saying, look, you may not know everything, but the players basically know this map because, they know more than the average person. They may not know where every town is or every small little village is, but they know where the major stuff is and they generally know the layout of it. Now, the Lore Master's map gets down into the nitty gritty, and this is something that, even though it's in the back of the book, should not necessarily be something that the players find themselves, ultimately familiar with. Not every settlement exists on the Third Age as shown on the map. Even a sparsely populated region contains dozens of unmarked villages in what was once a large kingdom of men. The journey rules have been devised to make traveling across the land a vital component of gameplay, but they are not meant to be used every time the company is on the road. In particular, they should rarely be used when the heroes are on their way back home. This is because the main effects of adventuring on the player heroes is not very relevant this is so smart, if they are headed for a safe haven where they can then rest without any problems. Or if they are traveling without any concern for the amount of time it will take them on a trip. It doesn't matter if you get lost for a couple days, if where you're going is just to spend the next couple months recovering, all right? And similarly, if you get drained of some stuff and you get, weary or something on the way back to your place where you're going to full rest and fully recover, it doesn't matter as much. On the contrary, the journey back should be played out yeah, okay, so good stuff. Traveling company. So when you travel, the company assumes different roles, summarizing roughly what you are doing for the length of the trip. There are 4 roles to cover. Guide, in charge of decisions concerning the route, rest and supplies. Hunter, in charge of finding food in the wild. Lookout, to keep watch. And scout, in charge of setting up camp and opening new trails. Thank you, Beowulf. Remember to hit that like button, subscribe, and leave a comment, folks. Assign journey roles. A traveling company must cover all 4 roles. If there are more than 4 company members, more than 1 hero can be assigned the same roles, with the exception of the company's guide. There can only be 1 guide. How very Year Zero engine Forbidden Lands of them. But more than 1 hero can be lookout or hunter. Journey sequence. If a company is undertaking a very long journey, more than 20 hexes, the lore master should split the itinerary into a number of legs, each considered its own journey. So first we set the path, then we make marching rolls, and then we end the journey. Using the player's map, the company shows this is the player's map of Eriador. Using the player map, the company shows the lore master the route they intend to follow. The itinerary must connect the location where the company is at the start of the journey to the location at the chosen destination. When tracing their journey path, the players must consider that their itinerary can rarely be drawn as the crow flies. Instead, due consideration must be given to the lie of the land. For example, high mountain ranges and swift-running rivers can only be traversed only across passages, bridges, or fords. Then, the lore master checks the map on the back end of the papers and draws the company's itinerary on a copy of the journey log, using its hex grid as a path traverses a number of hex equal to those requiring the starting destination. So, like, let's say we're in Bree, and we're heading for the northern part of the Weather Hills. So like we might right, so like we might go like So we might go like, okay. Like we tell the GM like, all right, so here's the deal. We're going to leave Bree and we're going to travel. Actually, you know what? Let's travel along the Great East Road first because that's going to take us past the Midgewater Marshes. And then let's camp at Weathertop for a night. And then let's stick to the western side of the Weather Hills, avoiding most of the worst of the terrain, and then come up to here where we think, you know, our destination lies, right? So that's going to be our path. That's going to be our route. And then in theory, I say in theory, the GM would then take their lore master map, essentially, and then they would translate that, right, to let's see if this thing will let us control opacity. No, it doesn't let us control opacity. Anyways, but we would take essentially that route, and now we would kind of transfer that route onto our hex thing, right? And do that. So, apparently there's something nasty in the Midgewater Marshes that we missed. Or maybe we get close to it. Now, again, cool ideas. I could see this getting janky. I agree with that. I'm not saying I disagree with that at all. Okay. So, moving back to the journey rules. This notwithstanding, the players are encouraged to annotate any prominent landmarks they are traversing or passing by, like ruins or river fords and bridges. Players may also mark those hexes that contain different types of terrain as seen by the river map to eventually facilitate the lore master's job. So you can see here somebody, a very awesome artist. Look, they're kind of taking the same thing. So they're taking a trip from Weathertop and they're heading west of the Weather Hills, but then they're turning west and ending up at Fornost. And you can see here that they're taking 7-day journey, and there's like event 1 was the scout made a shortcut check and got a success, and then the hunter made a mishap which led in a failure. These are their ponies and horse logs. Here's the companies, the guide, the lookouts, the hunters, the scouts, how much fatigue they accomplished, and then there's even a spot here to write like a log. We left Weathertop at dawn, heading north. Haldemir, the ranger, guides us. He chose to keep the Weather Hills to our right side. Apparently, Haldemir and I have the same idea. After 3 days, Holly, our scout, made us change course as she found a good path. The track turned westward across the Lone Lands, heading towards the North Downs and our destination, Fornost. After 3 more days, we ran out of provisions, and Falco, our hunter, spent nearly a full day pursuing a boar that he alone thought was close by. Luckily, the ruins of Fornost were already in sight. Okay. Journeying can be dangerous and exciting as we travel along the way. Events take place in specific spots along the journey path of the company. To determine exactly where, the guide of the company must make a marching test rolling their travel test. As soon as the company leaves, the guide makes a first marching test and counts a number of hexes along the journey based on the travel roll. If it was a failure, the event occurs 2 hexes away along the journey path in summer and spring, and only 1 hex away if it's in winter or autumn. If it was a success, the event takes place at a distance of 3 hexes, plus 1 for each success icon that you roll on your D6s. The lore master finds the precise spot by counting the appropriate number of hexes, starting from the current position of the company and proceeding towards its destination. Okay, so you always will have an event. It's just a question of how many days happen before the event happens. Once the event has been resolved, the guide makes a new marching test to see if another event occurs along their path. After a journey continues until the guide's marching test result equals or exceeds the number of hexes left between their current position and where they're trying to arrive to. Along the way, you'll acquire travel fatigue. In game terms, the player heroes will likely end their journey with a number of fatigue points as a result of journey events. Oh, okay, so this is that fatigue that we saw here on your endurance. So remember, your character becomes weary when your endurance is equal to or below your load, but it's actually your load plus your fatigue. So if you acquire a bunch of fatigue from your journeying, you are going to then be much more likely to become weary because it's essentially kind of not reducing your max hit points, but right, your endurance limit before you're weary is load plus fatigue, just like your hope limit before becoming it's not troubled, it's miserable, is shadow plus shadow scars. At the end of the journey, player heroes with a mount first reduce their total fatigue by the mount's vigor. Okay. Then all player heroes can further reduce their accumulated fatigue with a travel roll. A success reduces the fatigue by 1 + 1 for every T icon or every 6 rolled. So you can, if you have a very healthy travel score, which is part of your heart, then you individually can shake off the fatigue from a journey, which makes sense. Also, if you have mounts, you can also shake off the fatigue from a journey. Any remaining fatigue is recorded on the character sheets. They will get rid of it at the rate of 1 point of fatigue for each prolonged rest they take in a sheltered and safe refuge, i.e. not on the road. We can also force march. There's also these perilous locations, which we'll skip because I don't want to spoil anything. Here are some of the event targets. So you can get a shortcut, a mishap, ill choices, despair, terrible misfortunes, chance meeting, or a joyful sight. These can affect how many fatigue points you gain, as well as consequences from the skill roll. For example, on a joyful sight, not only are no fatigue points gained, but if the roll succeeds, everyone in the company regains a hope. Your spirits are lifted by the beautiful sights of something you've seen. And if you know my Forbidden Lands talks, I've talked about I wanted to implement house rules like this. On the other hand, the shortcut can reduce the duration of your travel by a day. A mishap can add a day and someone gains additional fatigue. So it's not super detailed, but I mean, there's enough here that, 2 or 3 events on a journey are going to make it, shake it up a little bit, spice it up a little bit. To determine the event, if you're within a border area, you make a favored feat die roll. So you're going to roll 2 dice and take the best one. If you're within a wild land, probably standard, you're going to roll a feat die. But if you're within a dark land, you're going to roll the ill-favored feat dice. You're going to roll 2 and you're going to take disadvantage. So then you're rolling that 2d12 and taking the worst versus 2d12 taking the best. So in a dark land, you are very likely to end up with mishaps, ill choices, despair, and even terrible misfortune, which is pretty cool. And then we resolve the event, yada, yada, yada. If the event takes place in a hex with hard terrain, the character loses a d6 on their roll, whereas if it happens along the road, they gain a d6, making it encouraging you to stay on the road, which makes sense. And then, of course, there's describing the journey events, and this is where the GM's going to have to kind of improvise a little bit and decide what something looks like and something feels like. And I think that's it. Okay, that's it for the journey rules. Now, we skipped over these pretty quickly, but my thought process here is this is very cool. This could get tedious. I mean, it just depends on whether or not you want to spend. I mean, could this take maybe, an hour, 45 minutes? Sure. And some people might be like, I don't want to spend an hour, traveling down the road. Now, to be fair, the game says, if you're just literally going down the road or you're going back to how, then you don't need to make it a journey. But if you are setting off across the wilds of Eriador, right? In this case, they're heading from Weathertop along the western edge of the Weather Hills all the way to the ancient ruined city of Fornos. You're like, yeah, that's a journey. And we're going to spend an hour and Beowulf says, our patron gives us the ability reserve journey events within the old realm of Arnor as if in a borderland, which sounds like a good thing. Well, if we read what we just read, it sounds like normally, normally you would, so that's, you become favored. So when you're within the old realm of Arnor, you are going to be favored with your events. Because that's that. Now, what is the old realm of Arnor? Well, I'm assuming it means technically all of this is technically the old realm of Arnor, but I mean, maybe they specifically mean this area here near Midharath and Arthedain and stuff like that. But Rudar was technically part of Arnor too. So, but yeah, That's kind of cool. Yeah, exactly. You're going to more likely get good things to happen to you while you travel. Shadron says, it's good if you get creative with descriptions or tedious if you just do rolls and hex grounding. I try to make it play out like a travel montage. And I think that's a really important take. Which is, I mean, this is true with anything in RPGs. If you just turn combat into, all right, I'm gonna move 1, 2, 3 squares here, flank, okay, attack, map attack, 7 damage, neck, go. If that's all your combat is, if it's literally just numbers and mechanics, just like journeys, just like councils, just like anything, your game is gonna suck. Now, a lot of people think Derek hates descriptions because Derek shits on FBT. I don't like spending a ton of time just, describing things in character for no reason. I call that fluffy bullshit time. But let me be very clear about something. Describing the things that you're doing that matter, that are going to result in situations, consequences, dice rolls. That's what makes role-playing games different from just playing a board game. It's that added level of the fiction and the interaction with that fiction. Okay? And, games like Torchbearer and stuff, you literally have a description of describe to live. You're not even allowed to technically discuss things from a mechanical standpoint. You have to describe them from an in-fiction, in-world perspective, and then it gets translated into mechanics. Now, I think there's a time and a place for some lengthy soliloquy. I don't want somebody to be like, going, just playing online or something like that, and they go over to ChatGPT and say, give me a 2-paragraph description of my axe attack versus this orc captain. And they're like, okay. They're like, with a roar of defiance, I raise my axe high, the weapon gleaming under the dim torchlight of the battlefield. The orc captain I'm engaged with snarls, his tusked maw curling into a wicked grin as he starts to brace for my strike. But then I stride forward, my muscles coiling like a drawn bowstring. And then I strike with all my might. My heavy axe cleaves through the air in a deadly arc, aimed straight for the orc's exposed shoulder. He raises his jagged, orcish blade to parry, but the force behind my strike is overwhelming. Dwarven steel crashes down against his weapon, sending sparks flying as the sheer impact sends the orc reeling a step back. His stance falters, the weight of my blow forcing him to shift his footing in a desperate attempt to maintain his balance. Sensing that momentary weakness, I press my attack. With a brutal backswing, my arc carves a crimson path across his chain links, splitting them open like brittle twigs. The orc, he lets out a guttural roar, blood spattering the ground in a thick crimson arc as my axe blade bites deeply across his flesh. He staggers, his grip on his sword faltering, trembling, his eyes burning with fury, but also fear. But the fight is far from over. But in that moment of victory, I stand. The sting of battle coursing through my veins as the scent of steel and blood fill the air. Roll my dice. I miss. Right, like, it's like, the thing is, bro, just roll your dice. It's like, yes, we don't need that, okay? Like, you know what that's cool in? A book. And you know what, even when I'll be honest with you, when I read books, okay, I just skip over combat descriptions. I really do. If I read Wheel of Time or Dritz Duerden or Conan, all the paragraphs of text of like mighty sinews and sword swinging, I just skip it. I almost just don't care, So that's not, that's not doing it justice, whereas I think it would just be like this. I'll be like, I bring my axe up and I bring it down in a brutal arc against the orc captain. That's enough. That's all you need. I roll my dice, I hit, and I'm like, I break through his parry, I shatter his guard, and I do 7 damage. Oh, I scored a success. So I'm going to do more damage. I'm going to say that the axe bites in deep. 13 damage. And that's it. And we're done. We're moving on. Now, if I say, all right, axe, 7 damage, I'll trigger a success 13. If we're doing that, terrible. If we're doing the other thing, terrible. In between, you know, and closer to the short thing, admittedly, closer to the short thing. Derek, maybe you can just write a fantasy novel. No, because it would be terrible. I wouldn't want to read that. That is true, Travis. That is true, Shadram. I did try to stop at around 9:30, and then they came in, tipped me $60-$70. So yeah, just came in. Hey, what's up, Don Pokey? Why is Derek doing a sick, epic, efficient description that everyone should do every action, every turn? Otherwise, what are we even doing here? Yeah, no. Please do not. Please do not. That monologue is for your HDYWTDT moments. I don't know what that is. And even then it was a bit much. Yeah, it's way too much. My players just say numbers. Yeah, that is unfortunate. I mean, I get it. Combat can become very, I mean, here's the thing. The truth is, how do you want to do this? You know, I'll be honest with you. I don't, I guess, it's a crit roll thing. Okay. I've seen people say that a lot, and I didn't understand what it was. I don't do a how do you want to do this. What I will do, I guess my version of how do you want to do this is what does that look like? That's my version. I think if you watch me GM, like on Root or Rise of the Rune Lords or any of those other things that I've done, I think it's usually I'll be like, oh yeah, awesome. What does that look like? That's my version, I think, of how do you want to do this. So, this is how you make a combat last 3 hours and only 3 rounds. But again, that's a lot more entertaining to watch from an actual play perspective. I just don't think it's going to be good. And also too, you know, save for the killing blow. Yeah, see, even then I don't care. Actually, a lot of times, ironically, Beowulf, I am the opposite. I tend to take narration of a killing blow more than anything, because I feel like I feel like I'm more empowered to get, like, players I think tend to be very reluctant of that, to take limits with that. So anyways, interesting. Yeah, see, here's the problem though, Woodland Fellowship. I agree, roll and elaborate is totally reasonable. And it's even good. However, I think the problem with that is that it's just not the way that people typically respond to the game. You know, they want to describe the attack and then roll. But again, that's why, I mean, the best, maybe if you really want to keep it, thing is you set it up, you end the sentence with a ... right? I bring my axe up and bring it down in a brutal arc, ... roll the die. And then we, determine the results. I missed because I didn't hit, right? I didn't hit the roll because hell, especially what if I miss and the guy's got a parry roll and I'm like, oh, he's parries +2. And you're like, okay, I need to roll 16. And I miss. And I go, and that's where you missed. I, as the GM, might assume more fictional control. And that's when I come in and says, and your axe is stopped midway as the jagged orc blade jams up into the haft, twisting it almost out of your grasp. He parried, basically. He deflected the blow. Or, I might say that the nimble goblin senses your attack and stabs with a feint and dodges to the right. Your axe sails to the left and misses. Okay, next. Right, just quick. So it's like ... We roll the dice, and then we pick up a description. So it's kind of like this narrative, right? Because you've set up this situation. The tension's high. What's going to be the die roll? And then the die roll comes in, and we resolve the tension. But I've never had a player describe a miss. They're pissed, and they can't be bothered. That's fair, too. Whipplestein says, what does that look like? This is what I usually ask as well. I like to ask the question about important story beats and roles. Exactly, Whipplestein. For me, it's not a combat thing. In fact, I'm more likely to use it as for any role, really. Like, again, because I like to use dice rolls. So if a character's come in, and again, I don't want to belabor it. I don't want to belabor the point, but like, if the characters come in and there's like a rowdy inn and they're like, I want to rally the townsfolk and get them to come with me or whatever like that. And then, like, okay, we don't need to make this into a 25-minute role-playing scene or something horrible. I don't even really care yet what's going to happen. Instead, I'll be like, all right, you're like, he's like, yeah, I'm going to stand up on a stool. I'm going to like, I'm going to smash a glass on the ground and I'm going to stand up on a stool and I'm going to start, ranting at them. And I'm like, cool, make a persuader check or make a whatever check. They do, and they succeed. And I go, cool. I'm like, yeah. The people are with you. They're all, like, tell me, like, what does that look like? What does that look like? And the person's like, okay, yeah. Like, I'm getting them a hype up, because this might be Bob, right? It might not be Matt fucking Mercer. It might be Bob. He's like, oh yeah, I'm getting them fucking hype. Like, I'm pointing out how this guy's like shitting on all their stuff. And he's like taking all their money and he's like taxing them. And like, he's just like, doesn't care about them. And there's like way more of them. And they've got us and we're on their side. And they're just like getting totally fucking hype. And they're like, let's fucking go. That was Bob doing his fictional addition to our game. It would not make, but we all understood that, we got to that, and that's fine. That's totally acceptable. In fact, I think that's great. I think that's authentic. I think that's amazing. I think that's powerful. So, narrate, roll, resolve. Maybe there was a way we could turn that into like 3 R's. Let's see. Recount. No, I don't like that. Relay. Recite. Yeah, I don't know. Something like that. Ready, roll, resolve. I don't mind ready, roll, resolve. Ready, roll, resolve is pretty good. The 3 R's. I assume how do you want to do this is the only narrative control most D&D tables get these days. I don't love it, but at least it's a step in the right direction. It's totally an acceptable step in the right direction, and it's totally fine. It's kind of a cheap narrative control because the creature's dead, right? So like, you know what I mean? Like, how can I describe this? The creature's dead. So like what harm could the players do? It's like, oh, I can't, and I kicked their body down. Oh, okay. I didn't just kill them. I cut off their head. Okay. Either way, they're dead. So that's about the safest form of narrative control that you can give somebody because they're literally dead. Whereas, and I'm not even, this is likely to have happened in my campaign before, but like if somebody scored a big hit, critical hit, and let's say I was playing with any of my players, they might just get carried away. They score a critical hit, they roll a lot of damage, and I was like, oh my God, the ogre gets rocked by this attack. And if I were to say, what does that look like? Or how do you want to do this? And the player's like, oh my God, I bring it down and I cleave right through his club and I smash him right in the middle of his chest. And I'd be like, yes, you do. Not only did he just take 25 damage, his ogre club is destroyed. Splinters of it go sailing across the room. In fact, half of the club goes spiraling out of the way and crushes a nearby goblin. He's killed, trapped under the fallen log. And the person's like, holy shit, that was amazing. And it's like, for me, I'm like, I don't care. They're they're NPCs. They're just so useless. Like whatever. I don't care. I think this is especially true. Like now, if I'm playing a super tactical game where people are really concerned about the grid, I'm probably not going to do that. I know a lot of people say, oh, I would totally do that if I was playing some super grid PF2, whatever D&D type game. And I respect that you do that, but I don't, because I think that undermines and undercuts what point of the game is. Now you might say, not my game, and that's fine too, but then I'm like, well, then why are you playing that game? Because there's way awesomer, better games that don't do those things, and then I don't have to worry about shitting all over the game or the player's choices of weapons and feats and action economy and all this other stuff. Because, the other player down the line is like, well, I took my whole turn to disarm that one guy, and I didn't do 20 damage to him, and I didn't kill a nearby goblin when I did that. So I feel kind of shitty, especially because I took a feat to do that. And it's like, I respect that. But that's also why I don't necessarily play those games all the time, because I want to play a game where it's like, well, the points are made up and the rules are made up and the points don't matter. And that's a lot of OSR games and Dungeon World games and all this other stuff. So, yeah, again, I think How Does It Die is a totally acceptable thing. Yeah, I mean, but what I was going to say is, as horrible and as painful as, all right, I'm going to stride squares or 3 squares and then attack and then map attack. As horrible as that is, at least combat is still tactically interesting. Hey, Duncan.
DT tipped $5. Narrative control is a touchy subject for most GMs who have only played classic D20 because of power gamers. Power gamers are like that because they only get control in their games through mechanics.
Duncan, you have just hit upon something that is very advanced. It's something that Smith and I have talked about for a long time, which is that basically the reason people play role-playing games at a fundamental level is because they want control. They want real control. They want the kind of agency that you don't have in real life. You know, you're I'm not saying that we're all losers and we're all nobodies, but we're all losers and we're all nobodies. And there's bad things in the world, there's evil things in the world, there's unfair things in the world, there's things that we would like to be able to give to ourselves, to our families, that we can't do because that's just not the way the real world works. And even if we could do those things, it would sometimes involve doing very morally questionable acts like stealing or killing. Games like D&D allow us to have our cake and eat it too. We can go out and we can kill the bad guys. And there's no murder trial afterwards. We're hailed as heroes, right? There's no Geneva Conventions of Fords. These were evil orcs. And they had treasure, and we can take it. And we can make right. And we have the power to do this. We have the power to extend this, to be able to affect real change. And so at a fundamental level, the reason why people play role-playing games is because they want to have control. And they will find ways to get that. No matter what avenue. It's like water running downhill. And if you do not give them narrative control, then they will find other means of expressing and finding that control. And that is why the GMs, who are the most stingy with narrative control, end up with the most car-oppy, power-gamey characters or players. It's because they figured out the only way that they can get that control is through abuse of the mechanics and rules lawyering and, thick builds and all this other stuff, because that is what they want. They want that control. You haven't given it to them in any other capacity, so they're going to find it that way. Anyways, but that's like, it's a very like, it's like the line from Princess Leia, to Tarkin on the Death Star. You'll find that the tighter you clench your grasp, the more star systems will slip through your systems. A lot of GMs think that they have to be tight-fisted because my players are power gaming fucks. But what I think they fail to realize is that it's their tight fist that is making them be power gaming fucks. So, Beowulf wants to cover Shadow. It's 11:15 here, people. All right. Well, very quickly. I mean, it is Lord of the Rings. I feel like we should just discuss. We were going to skip Fellowship. We are skipping Fellowship. The Shadow. All right. Challenging an enemy as almost all-powerful enemy and facing its terrible minions is bound to instill a sense of fear and doubt in the player heroes, a sentiment that in time comes to weigh heavily on their hearts and minds. In this game, the burden, that's the term that's always used in those games, right? The burden, is represented by the accumulation of shadow points and by sources that force their gain. They will see their shadow scores ebb and flow as they gain points during the adventuring phase and as consequences of their actions, and then possibly lose them by making a shadowing test, by strengthening their resolve, or by mending their spiritual hurt. Shadow points are kept track by marking them in an appropriate box next to their sheet, next to their hero hope score. Heroes cannot accumulate shadow in excess of their maximum hope score. Probably something really bad happens if your maximum hope score is reached. Shadow tests. A number of sources of shadow allow players to make a roll to cancel or at least reduce the amount of points gained. Called shadow tests, these rely on your valor or wisdom. So remember, those basically our level that we increase with our adventure points, a form of XP. Shadow tests are resolved as any other rolls by rolling the d12 and the d6s equal to our rating. When a shadow test is passed, we reduce the number of shadow points gained by 1 point plus 1 for each success icon rolled. The sources of shadow that can be resisted with a test, dread, greed, and sorcery are described in this chapter. The consequences of a shadow. A creeping threat. Is Bilbo an NPC? Yes, he's actually a patron that can be actually the patron of the party. The shadow becomes truly dangerous when the number of points accumulated by a player matches or overcomes their current hope score. They become miserable, and now the Eye of Sauron causes auto failure. But player heroes suffer even more serious consequences if their shadow gain is left unchecked. Player heroes whose shadow score reaches their maximum hope rating are so overburdened by their fears, they become ill-favored, that's disadvantaged. You're rolling with disadvantage on all rolls. There is only one way to recover from such depths of desperation. The player hero must experience a bout of madness. A bout of madness is a violent outburst, a dangerous crisis that frees you from the burdens of the shadow, but may have serious long-term consequences. I only ask for the strength to defend my people. I throw down the logs I've been gathering.
Samuel Ward tipped $5. Derek, you're a legend. I'm going to go back 45 minutes.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Well, hopefully catch up. We'll probably still be going, Sam. No, I'm just kidding. Well, maybe not. Anyways, give me the ring. It should have been mine. If not by save for unhappy chance. I've seen your mind. You'll take the ring to Sauron. Right? That's Boromir. He's having a bout of madness. However, adventurers who are struggling under the burden of the shadow may tap into their innermost reserves of spiritual energy to harden their determination before it's too late. For some, this effort takes the form of a demonstration of desperate strength. Others enjoy a moment of clarity in their darkest moment, when all seems lost and suddenly all doubts are cast away. In game terms, player heroes whose accumulated shadow does not yet match their maximum hope may choose to remove all of their shadow and replace it with one shadow scar. A shadow scar is a permanent shadow point that can be removed only during a Yule Fellowship phase. By choosing the Heal Scars undertaking, but is otherwise considered as a normal shadow point for all purposes. So this is a shadow point that's almost permanent. Namely, if you can think about it, as we went through the Lord of the Rings film, Frodo was building up shadow like a motherfucker, and he kept taking shadow scars. So that by the end of the thing, he had so many shadow scars that it was almost like impossible for him to essentially recover. Adventurers can gain shadow in many ways. When their determination is shaken by witnessing distressing events or facing terrible foes, then this is dread. If they are committing despicable actions, they are tainting their conscience with misdeeds. And if they take possession of precious or powerful objects, they may be tempted by greed. Finally, if they are the victim of dark magics, they have to resist the effects of sorcery. So, dread, greed, and sorcery are sources of shadow that we can resist with our valor or our wisdom. But misdeeds, I don't think there is a way to resist that. If you do something nasty, you're getting shadow for it. Dread. Terror is a spear in the hand of the enemy. Adventurers gain shadow points whenever they witness something. Capable of striking fear or sowing doubts in their hearts, be it a terrible creature from Mordor or something horrible. The extent of the shadow gain depends on the source of dread. Here's a table of some examples. All right, so if the Sauron stares you in the face through the Palantir, you gain 4 shadow. If you see someone, a death in the family or a catastrophe, 1 shadow. 2 for a village is savagely mutilated or undergoing torture, you might get 3. Adventurers may reduce or cancel the effects with a shadow test and calling upon your valor. Greed, hordes of great weapons and the like, blah, blah, blah. When players find a hoard of treasure, they may gain a number of shadow points if the hoard was tainted. See this treasure on page 158. We may reduce the effects of greed with a shadow test using our wisdom. It is mine, I tell you, my own, my precious. Yes, my precious. Misdeeds. Player heroes gain shadow points whenever they commit an act that is essentially wrong or nefarious, regardless of the objective they are trying to achieve. The ends do not justify the means in Tolkien's world, right? Doing something evil to do something good is still an act of evil. A misdeed is a special instance of shadow gain. It cannot be reduced or canceled of any kind, and the lore master should usually warn the players when they are about to carry out a misdeed. Here we go, Boromir. You can say I was too strong and took it by force, for I am too strong for you, halfling, he cried, and suddenly he sprang over the stone and leapt at Frodo. So here we go. Murder, torment, torture, theft, cowardice, treachery, manipulating others, abusing your authority, showing cruelty, lies, violent threats. So just making a violent threat gives you a shadow point in this game. I mean, think about your standard D&D murder hobo and think about a violent threat and think about that leading to a shadow point gain. Right? Oh, totally. Okay, see, he was using that Palantir day and night. He had gained a ton of shadow and probably a ton of shadow scars. Lastly, sorcery can affect us. Whenever we're affected by sorcery, we have to make a wisdom test or potentially be stripped of or gain shadow from the touch of the dark power of the enemy. Madness. Player heroes whose shadow score reaches their maximum hope rating can become ill-favored, that's disadvantage, on all rolls. Once they reach this point, they can only get out of shadow in one way, a bout of madness, a violent reaction marking a significant step downward in their course towards degeneration. They must describe how their characters lose control and do something they will regret. This is basically unmasking from Legend of the Five Rings. In Legend of the Five Rings, you accumulate strife, and once your strife exceeds your composure, your character has become compromised. And once you're compromised, you essentially roll with disadvantage, essentially. But you can get out of being compromised by unmasking and dropping your samurai demeanor of stoicism and lack of emotion and having an emotional or violent outburst. It doesn't even necessarily be violent in Legend of the Five Rings. Admitting that you love someone in Legend of the Five Rings, in the middle of open court, would be considered a tremendous faux pas, but it would be considered an unmasking. And when you do that, you recover all your strife. Having that emotional dam break is considered pretty freeing. Anyways, here are some examples of bouts of madness. Betrayal, fear, lust, rage, blah, blah, blah. You are no longer ill-favored, and you remove all of your shadow points, but they advance one step along their shadow path. What have I done? Frodo, come back. A madness took me, but it has passed. Come back. And we talked about the shadow path, right? Depends on what your shadow path is. Sometimes it relates to your calling, right? The lure of power for the captain, right? The dragon sickness for the treasure hunter, right? The lure of secrets for the scholar. Well, every time you take a bout of madness, you become one step further down on this shadow path. And eventually you will accumulate flaws. And should you take heroes who develop the full complement of 4 flaws risk coming totally to the shadow. The next time their shadow score reaches their maximum hope rating, they do not become ill-favored, but are taken out of play instead. You lose your character to the shadow. A player hero who succumbs to the shadow is going to disappear from the game soon, probably as a consequence of one of the following events. Lost to madness. Return to Valinor. So in a sense, Frodo basically returned. I mean, because even though he's not an elf, he was afforded a place in Valinor. He was afforded a place in Valinor because of being a ring bearer. But men, hobbits, dwarves, they succumb to madness, usually resulting in their death as they threaten others to the extent that they end up being killed or starved to death in some solitary place, forsaken by folk and beasts, which is essentially what also happened, right, to Gollum. But we can see that you gain these flaws. These are distinctive features, but with a negative connotation, right? So every time a character develops a flaw, they are renouncing their higher ambitions and embracing simpler, more primitive emotions. The lore master can take this into account whenever the player hero can be made worse by it. If a player hero is using a skill that can be plausibly be affected by a flaw, that role becomes ill-favored. So once you have a flaw, the GM, the narrator, the lore master can say, yes, you're making a courtesy roll, but you, because of your influence of the shadow, okay, have become arrogant due to your lure of power. And your character has the arrogant flaw. An arrogant hero is making a courtesy roll. The lore master considers that her pompous conduct may worsen her chances to succeed, so the roll becomes ill-favored, which means roll with disadvantage. And here's a list of it. Of dragon sickness, of lure of power, of vengeance, the secrets, despair. Well, that's pretty cool. And it's my understanding that this is basically 5th edition, but that it has this kind of shadow point systems. The shadow system freaks me out, kind of. Can you just try to be a good-natured PC? Yeah, absolutely, Keith. I mean, but the point is, it's hard to walk that line. Yeah, it's tied to callings. Like I said, the captain has the lure of power. The treasure hunter has the dragon sickness. The scholar has the lure of secrets. Right? You're kind of driven by that. But I mean, exactly. Dr. Metropolis nailed it. It's hard to be a hero. It's hard to be a hero, right? The hero who goes through our story and is just unaffected by anything is a boring hero. You know, they didn't have to struggle. In fact, one of the things that everybody here should know, I like Tolkien. One of the things I really like about the movie is that I think they did a better job characterizing these characters as being flawed heroes. And I think Tolkien wanted them to be, like I said, in Tolkien's mind, Boromir just was like, oh, he sucks, and he became a bad guy. Whereas like Aragorn was like awesome and perfect from the beginning, you know, and didn't have any flaws. And he was like Elendil from the very beginning. And I liked how the movie made him more reluctant and unsure of himself and worried about the weakness in his nature. And I liked that they played up on that. And I thought it was a more meaningful, you know, journey for his character. But yeah, I mean, part of the idea of Lord of the Rings is it's kind of like Torchbearer or Burning Wheel, where it's like it matters not what you fight, but what you fight for. So Torchbearer is asking fundamentally the question of, you know, what do you believe in, and how much will you fight? How much will you fight for that belief? And it doesn't matter what you fight. It's, you know, what are you fighting for? What do your beliefs care about? Well, this game is this idea that the ends do not justify the means, right? You can't do something evil even if the result is good. And so that makes things harder. And so there's going to be a time and a place where you're going to have to make tough decisions. And, you know, how does a hero overcome that? And not every hero can. And that's what makes your journey that much more amazing. Now, it's certainly the case that, you know, if you don't go out of your way to lie and steal, if you make sure you don't go around and lie and steal and cheat in this game, you'll be okay. I mean, you're going to gain shadow from dark touched places and evil treasure and the touch of the dark one and evil sorcery, and, you know, obviously misdeeds is something you can control since you control your character. If you don't want to do misdeeds, don't do any misdeeds. However, experiencing a source of dread is not something that you can do, you know? If you come across, you know, a village of hobbits and they've all been brutally murdered by, you know, the Witch King of Angmar's soldiers, you're going to gain 2 shadow points. You can make a roll to try to resist that, and you might only gain 1 shadow point or something like that. But, you know, the evil's out there, and it touches all of us. We're not immune to it. So it's a you know, it's kind of it's making a point, you know, and this is one of the reasons why a lot of people complain in the movies And I don't think it's that bad. But they complain about the removing of the Scouring of the Shire at the end of the books. And I get it. The movie was already really long, and it's kind of a weird thing. But the point Tolkien was trying to make is that nobody gets out of this thing unscathed. There is no such thing as someone who is unaffected by a war and by the touch of evil, and that we all have to pay a price, and that if we do nothing and we let evil do its thing, that we are just as culpable as if we helped it, right? All it takes, what is it? All it takes for evil men to win is for good men to do nothing. Is that something like that? I'm paraphrasing the phrase. So, that's something to think about even in our modern day, in our modern time. If there are injustices and evils in the world, if we see it, if you see it, say something and do something. Be the change you want to, see in the world and make a difference. And, the game is all about the struggle of being a good person. That's Middle Earth's Heroes for you. And journey rules, right? So that's the One Ring. It's the struggles of being a good person. How can you be a hero? Also journey rules. And there we go. It looks awesome. I mean, I think it's great. The bits that were crunchy enough and not overly crunchy to me. Everything seemed simple and elegant. I love the character sheet. I love the maps. I've seen the Moria book. I don't own it yet. I want to buy it. And it's gorgeous. The map's gorgeous. I'm not even kidding you when I say that I am going to go and find this map. Because I like Tolkien's maps. Don't get me wrong. But let's be clear here. I love them. But the cartography in Tolkien's map is a little, it's a little primitive, right? This is like the perfect amount. So this is incredible. I love this map. If I could get this map, not just I'm not even saying like a poster of it. I'm talking about an actual art print of this. I would get this thing, 16 by 20. I would get this thing, 24 by 30 or something crazy. This is an amazing piece of art and I love it. And I have always loved this region. So let me read you guys something. I mean, it's whatever. It's my favorite. It's like my favorite passage, I think, in all of fantasy. One sec. So let me see here. I'm looking for it. No, that's not it. I can't believe there's no Hobbit full text. Here we go. Jeez, where is it? I can't believe I can't find it. It's from The Hobbits. Oh, it's not the full text? Come on. Oh, it's a sample of the text. Jesus. Nope, that's just a scanned book. Come on. This is crazy. I'm going to go get my Hobbit. Anyways, it's a line from they're describing when Bilbo leaves with the dwarves, and I have to bear with me here. Here we go. I found it. So this is chapter 2 of The Hobbit, Roast Mutton. It's where they, I think it's the beginning of the book. And the quote is, then they came to land. And again, this is me as a kid with this old weathered copy of The Hobbit with yellowed pages and that book, the map from The Hobbit with this very primitive, cartography and stuff like that. And it says, then they came to lands where people spoke strangely and sang songs Bilbo had never heard before. Now they had gone on far into the lone lands, where there were no people left, no inns, and the roads grew steadily worse. Not far ahead were dreary hills, rising higher and higher, and dark with trees. And that line, that passage for me is like transformative. And it's the adventure and the excitement, but also the danger and the terror of adventuring all in one place. And there's something about these land, I mean, because that happens right in here. And I love it. I love it so much. So anyways, good stuff. Good stream, everybody. Thank you so much for everybody for hanging out with me tonight. Long stream. Props to Samuel Ward, Duncan DT, Thaddeus. Big shout out to Shadram for $45. Thank you. Karama for a super chat. Damian Williams for 32-month resub on the adventure. All right, everybody. Well, tomorrow I get to go see a terrible MCU movie. That'll be great. I can't wait to watch 95-year-old Harrison Ford be Hulk. Hey, Shadram, 26 months. Thank you, buddy. Thanks, Eric, for the awesome stream. Kept me entertained all afternoon. Well, that's what I'm here for, Shadram. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for your continued support on all forms of our platform here. Anyways, get excited to go see a Captain America who has no superpowers go battle a 85-year-old geriatric Hulk. So that'll be great. And then tomorrow's Valentine's Day, so no Friday gaming session, but Monday we all have off because we all have off basically for President's Day. So we're going to probably do our session, continue our session 0.5 of Fabula Ultima. We're going to do backstory card generation. We've talked about that before on this channel, where Galileo Games makes backstory cards, and it's actually available as a Foundry module for pay. I think you have to buy it, but I'm going to have to buy it because we're doing that. And then we're going to link the characters together. And like Avatar Legends, we're actually going to do our first session of Fabula Ultima as a collaborative session, world building session. And so by the time we actually start our first official session where we're actually playing, the characters will have already gone on adventures together. And that'll be really cool. So we're doing that. And then Sunday is session 1 of Torchbearer with the Sunday crew. So really looking forward to that as well. So it'll be a lot of fun, a lot of good stuff. That one will be recorded. That one will be, I don't think it's going to be, we're not going to do it live because it's just difficult, but we are going to do it. We're going to record it. It's going to be available to the patrons immediately. And then eventually we're going to make it available to YouTube, I think. But the other one, the Saturday crew, that's only going to be available to our patrons. So, all right, everybody. Well, thank you so much. Thank you to my patrons. Remember, like and comment, subscribe. Let me know what do you think of the One Ring. I think it looks awesome. I think it's amazing. It is a game about Lord of the Rings, and it's about all the things that Lord of the Rings is about. It's about traveling. It's about talking. It's about resting. We didn't cover Fellowship phase, but it's just, you kind of hanging around and recovering. And it's about the occasional combat, but not too many. And it's about resisting the shadow and trying to do what's right as best as you can. Some of the mechanics, I think I could see how some people might take it or leave it, but to me, it just it hit the right notes. I liked it. I liked it. Again, I hesitate to give it a review, but I did like it. I was excited for it. I think the combat system, to me, honestly, looks cool. I know some people have had some problems with it. I think it looks really cool. It looks dangerous without being deadly. And I think that's really important because it doesn't seem like, just like casual and dismissive in its way. It could just instantly kill you. It's like you have choices, you have options. And I think that's really cool. And there's a part of it that feels like they took some of this from the Lord of the Rings strategic battle skirmish game, and I love that battle game minigame so much, so we can talk about that. Anyways, so thank you to all my patrons. Thank you to you for watching. I appreciate everyone. I hope you have a great, healthy, safe, amazing, incredible weekend, and I'll be back next week with more Knights of Last Call. So take care. Good night, everybody. Peace.